Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, May the 31st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. A couple of yeses to let me know you can hear me and see my screen. I had my mic off. Okay, I got to do it again. Morning, everyone. Welcome to the Trade Ideas live trading room for Tuesday, May the 31st. My name is Barry Anderson, moderator of your trading room. Thank you, green, so you guys can hear me, see my screen. And I guess we're going to have to trademark that, PJ. I like PJ's picks, but you got PJ's prediction. Okay, we're going to have to trademark that. Every morning, I expect a PJ prediction or a PJ pick. So what's happening today? Of course, big news over the weekend and well, first of all, hope everybody had it. Well, I know I had, I know some of you don't like to have 3-day weekends, but nice for me. AMC, of course, soaring higher. Top Gun, Maverick, breaking all sorts of records, etc. So maybe obviously putting a shot in the arm to this sector. And so let's see what happens with AMC going forward. Coming into some resistance, probably around that 16 mark, but it's had a nice 3-day run for sure. And of course, oil soaring here. I think I saw 123 for Brent and 118 or so for WTI. Man, oh man! So a lot of oil stocks, and including this week's trade of the week, DK oil play, of course, and this is, I can see why he's got some room to about the 33 level. So it is considered live at 30. Doesn't mean you have to take it right now. There's no volume at all. So of course I wouldn't take it right now. But that is by the way, I did not get a trade of the week email. I don't know if you guys did, but I did not get a trade of the week email. Yeah, Paramount, of course, is it's funny. It's not up that much. I looked at it this morning. I thought it would be up a lot more, but it is not up that much. Of course, they're the producers of Top Gun. All right. Well, I don't know what happened to it, but anyway, DK is the trade of the week, so considered live at $30. Now we've had a couple of three buyouts that I can see. TXMD, in case you're wondering why I'm not going to talk about them, but TXMD is a buyout. CTT is a buyout. You can just sort of see they're flatlining. And the other one was a Canadian gold company. I think it's Yamana, AYAUY, Yamana Gold, another buyout. So three buyouts. And with oil prices surging, these guys are starting to come back. This HUSA, Houston American Energy, of course, a few months ago, well, 2 months ago, along with Indo and a few of the other ones. But this one, HUSA, surging. No specific reason, just and I do see that it's a Reddit short squeeze mention. So look at Indo also, INDO. Unilever, interesting one, guys. Nelson Peltz was actually invited to get on the board of Unilever. I think he owned about 35 million shares before. So anyway, this is a big shot in the arm for Unilever right now, UL. And I'm hearing SIGA, SIGA. So SIGA seems, yeah, this is starting to, no more monkeypox, okay? No more monkeypox, guys. So that's it. MARPS, another one that was sort of lumped into the HUSA, Indo. There's MARPS, MARPS. Big gap up for it. Big gap up for it. Look at it. Look at the room it's got. Here's a little one that's just getting crushed. OTLK. Requiring more information from them. So that's a look at this, 41% down. And Baidu. So first of all, the China stocks are in play this morning. There's a KWEB. That's a big gap up for KWEB. So you could probably pick just about any China stock. Baidu. Baidu's up quite a big percentage. Yeah, so it's up 6% coming into the 200-day moving average, actually. Another China play. This is actually an earnings play. BEKE is an earnings play. BEKE, another one that's up from China. Yeah, Bitcoin. I'm just going to get to Bitcoin, BITO. So we've got China and Bitcoin up today. So Bitcoin, BITO, there's the ETF. So you could probably pick just about any Bitcoin stock, including coin. Look at coin. Coin's demise, well, it's been stayed for a while anyway, stayed off for a while, or staved off for a while. SNY, tried to interpret all the news that came out with SNY this morning. They get priority review, but then they, some kind of, well, maybe not an acquisition. It's lumped in with GSK, maybe it's a competitor. Anyway, SNY, pretty active this morning. SNY, huge float though, 2.5 billion in the float. Then we got Jan. Yeah, Jan, Jan. Boy, that used to be, that was a memer. Look at this. There's a memer back in the day. Look at this one, got all the way up to $32. This is, of course, that infamous January of 2021. And yeah, they got 13.5 million dollar transaction. William did a cocktail napkin evaluation and wondering why it's not 477, but that's okay. And it's a low float, 2.3 million in the float. Another little earnings play, BORR. This was an active one also. Another, so it's sort of an energy, not sort of, it is an energy play also. BORR, earnings play. Big float, 125 million in the float. Probably got some resistance right around here, right around that 570 mark. So, but if it can ever take that out, I mean, look at the room it's got for BORR. And then we have MULN, active again today. I guess they had some promising results from their battery. Big float again, 254 million in the float. That's a huge float. All right, I'm just going to. All right, let's take a look at. Yeah, the monkeypox stocks are definitely getting hit right now. Look at GovX, Sega. Yeah, the trade of the week is on YouTube, but we're talking about the emails, Joe. We're talking about the emails. Trade of the week email, I usually, and it's laid out, but I don't know if they're not going to do emails anymore. It's just going out on YouTube. Don't know. Anyway, it is DK. Okay, well, here you're getting your wish now, William. Jan is getting closer to your 477. estimate. So there you're getting closer. This is shortable for me. This is not shortable for me at Interactive Broker. You got the email, Justin? Really? Okay. You must be just looking here. Still don't have an email. Let me just check one more time. Nope. No email for me. Did you just got it, Justin? I think they do stagger them a little bit, but normally they go out about an hour before the market opens. So anyway, we know it's DK and considered live at $30. All right, it is 9:12. Let's take a look to see what the analysts see how busy they're going to be this morning after the 3-day weekend. So not too much. Let me just get not too much neither on the upside nor the downside. However, Zoom is getting an upgrade. Interesting. All right, there are some of the upgrades. And here are the downgrades. Well, you're getting close now. That 477 and 5 for Jan now. JAN. Just ripping here. Just a few more to go, a couple more downgrades, and that's it. Don't see anything that has been multiply downgraded. There you go. Okay, I didn't think so, Justin. So who's your broker's trade of the week? Just out of curiosity. No, but what was the trade of the week from your broker? Trade Zero, just out of curiosity. Wow, Jan, my goodness, great analysis, William. Great analysis. I mean, the 477, you nailed it. BLCO, I did not see BLCO at all from JP Morgan, Jeffries. Yeah, I do. Actually, you know, I saw this on the weekend. I thought it's interesting that briefing.com didn't pick this up, but you're absolutely right. We have Morgan Stanley, Goldman, JP Morgan, Jeffries, the Deutsche Bank, Bank of America. Yeah, $22 price target by Goldman. Not high enough. But seriously, yeah, you're right. Lots of Lots of upgrades for BLCO. It's interesting that there's no volume. Salesforce, CRM. So we're in for a, let's see, a negative open to start. After we had 3 great days. Yeah, so the initial news was the FDA had requested additional information from OTLK, and now it's pulled the filing. So it seems like it's the same thing. They are going to still respond to the FDA's request. Plans to resubmit. Okay. But of course, anytime they do anything like this for these small guys, it costs money and probably don't have too much. All right, 917. So let's take a look. I almost guarantee one thing. When we look at the energy sector, 100% of them are going to be up. So what I'm going to do, I'm just going to take a look at the sector status from our toolbar. Where are you? You are sector status. And 100%. There we go. So let me just do one thing before I. Just give me a moment here. I asked them to do something. I don't see it here. Okay, what you're seeing here anyway, these are the major sectors. So this is the XLE is the major ETF for energy. So these are the stocks that make it up. What that percentage refers to is that 100% of the stocks that make up XLE are above Friday's close. And that makes sense with oil just going crazy right now. So that is the only one up. You can see the rest of them, technology, only 15% are up from Friday's close, 26% for communications, etc. So there is no strong sector right now other than energy. So consequently, this week's trade of the week, we'll have to see what happens, of course, but DK in the energy sector could be pretty good. See how AMC is doing right now. AMC it's pulled back quite a bit. It was almost like a dollar pullback. Well, it's amazing to see Riot down in these prices. I mean, gosh, remember this was well, it doesn't seem that long ago that this was up at $80, but I guess it is. And what's a year ago? Over a year ago, both Mara and Riot. I mean, they're probably where they should be, but my goodness. Anyway, you're looking for Mara and Riot, of course, with Bitcoin. What is it? 32,000 now. This is another one that not very much volume yet. Eaton, I don't see any specific news for Eaton, ETON, but it's getting hit a little bit here, but on very little volume. And that is ETON, but it's been on a steady decline. It is shortable for me at Interactive Brokers, but again, not very much volume yet, and I don't see any specific news for it. Yeah, well, OTLK, I mean, this is just getting absolutely trashed here. I know another one that I considered shorting up here. I keep saying that I'm going to short one of these really cheap ones. It's interesting. I mean, that's 163 million in the float. If that is correct, that is a big float, down 50% and moving further down. There's another little, yeah, another petroleum stock, EC. Not very much volume. Well, actually, volume's not bad for pre-market EC. So obviously, right now, anyway, the play anything energy. I know some of you are looking at Oxy. Oxy is probably really good right. Well, there's Mel. Sorry, Oxy is probably really good right now. Yeah, up 3%. So again, we're in for a negative open. I'm just looking at the SPY right here. So the SPY will open on the negative side. Look at IMMX is starting to also drop here. Yeah, NIO, XPEV, and LI, any China stock is probably gapping to some extent. Just look at KWeb. KWeb still, well, I know it's positive, but is it dropping at all? Not really. So there's KWeb. Where's the resistance for MULN? Here, RIVN also, RIVN. So the EV plays. Rivian Automotive shakes up its manufacturing leadership team. So some guy is leaving. All right. Well, some guy's leaving, and I guess and the market's reacting well to that. Thought Dish had an upgrade too. DISH. Dish had an upgrade. Truist Securities upgraded them. Boy, SIGA is being taken to the cleaners right now, guys. SIGA. Boy, Goldfields, GFI is getting hammered here also. Big float, 891 million in the float, but GFI is getting hammered. I don't know. Oh, I see. So I'm sorry. So Goldfields is buying Yamana. That's why. Okay. So Goldfields is buying AUY. Hence the reason. Yeah, I did see NRIX as one of those ones that had an upgrade. Super active stock, of course, on Thursday. Tried to have a little bit of a comeback on Friday. No volume to speak of, but Wells Fargo, yeah, Wells Fargo is upgrading them. $25 a share. All right, everybody. I think we have less than a minute for the open. Yeah, less than a minute to this open. So let's have a great trading week, everybody. The start of the new, almost the start of the new, a new month. Marathon's another one, like kind of like Oxy. Marathon and they very active trading, even though huge floats. An MRO can give some pretty interesting moves. It's up 5%. Of course, an energy play. All right, we are now open. And we have our first halt of the week. ELEV just got halted on the way down. Well, Jan had the little pullback, but this is still strong. JAN still strong. Okay, there's AMC. What did he pull back to 1559? Back over 16 now. Lots of volume coming in. I got something going on here, guys. Give me a moment. Here's another energy play, guys. VTNR, VTNR. Almost an all-time high. I guess that's the all-time high over here is 1620. So almost an all-time high for VTNR. Now, I typically don't trade in the first 15 minutes. Try to let things settle down a little bit. Hmm. I've got something going on with this build, this development build that I'm on, guys. I've got something that's not right. So I might have to go back to a previous build. Just give me a moment. Yum C is a rock high rail, by the way. Good morning, rail. Yum C. Hmm. Okay, guys, I may have to switch to another build. There's something going on with this build that's not updating my charts. So I may have to switch. So how am I going to do that? This is can't just try to reset connection to see if that helps. Yeah, so I'm going to cut my losses right now. GFI, guys, GFI is just showing up on the 10-day daily breakdown. And it's not an all-time low, but it is, again, it's to do with the Yamana acquisition, AUY, that they've acquired. Market not liking that right now. Let me give me a moment here. Okay, guys, so bear with me as I want to get another build. me a moment. Just won't take very long to get this up and running. All right, should any time now we should get our everything back. No, all right. So GFI, what was the alert? I think it was 988, right? I've done a reload of this, of course, so that's why it's not. So I'm getting an alert at 932. Yeah, 932, but I know it was earlier than that. Anyway, it appears that my everything is okay now. Well, AMC getting thumped now, guys. Actually, AMC is getting thumped. Euphoria of Top Gun is short-lived so far, anyway. Meanwhile, what's the market doing? So, wow, the market is getting hammered. Okay, market's being hammered. This is a bigger gap down than was before in the pre-market, of course. There's a big red candle. SWTX, I have this one thumbnail. What's the volume like? SWTX. This was, of course, a big one on, well, got hammered on Friday. Don't know why. It wasn't an earnings play. I can't remember exactly why it got hammered. Anyway, hammered, and it is trying to come back. The high on Friday, I'm going to stick in a price alert there around 2034 or 2018 and see if it takes that out. No. Well, we're seeing a lot of stocks. The flyers in the morning just absolutely getting crushed right now. There's and of course, with that following that SPY candle, the opening 15-minute SPY candle, just getting crushed. How's DK doing? All right, so DK trade of the week. So it is considered live now, guys. I mean, how you trade it will be up to you, but it is considered live now. The trigger was 30, so just a little bit above that. Of course, these are not designed. I mean, you trade them the way you want, but they're not designed for intraday trades. And of course, taking advantage of the strong energy market. Well, look at excuse me. Well, so many stocks now are looking like this, but look at DraftKings. I have this one thumbnail, PKNG, and so many stocks are looking like this, mirroring the opening 15-minute SPY candle. How is Kweb doing? KWEB, KWEB. So KWEB, probably a lot of the China stocks, like Rio's mentioning YMC, but probably a lot of the China stocks are doing this. So it's, wait out the first 15 anyway, just to see if things can kind of settle down a little bit. Well, the oil plays, this little Indo's just made a new high. INDO made a new high. Very, very risky, guys. 2 million in the float. So, just be awfully careful if you're even looking at this one. INDO hit a little over 20 in the pre-market. And this was the insane one 2 months ago, getting up to $90 or so. HUSA is still strong. HUSA is still strong, holding 5. Pre-market highs were up around 540 or so. DTC, guys, DTC. So the low on Friday was 474, getting close to that. Well, the EV plays look pretty strong at the beginning, but look at them all. Well, I'm not saying they're all like this, but there's LAC, lithium play, LAC. I don't think Jan was shortable for me. No, it's not shortable for me. Marps is still strong, guys. So this is another one that was rolling with the Indu and the Husa and some of the other oil plays. Okay, so Marps was another one, super low float, 1.6 million in the float. So what's the high? Next high looking left is It's 1076. Yeah, look at these lithium plays. SGML, LAC, LIC. You're right. SGML was halted. It was a 10-minute halt for it. Gap down and go. Front line. So this is, freight transportation. FRO. Yeah, this MULN is still pretty strong. They did have some news this morning, lots of volume coming in, but it is a big float also, 254 million in the float. So it is a massive float, but that's an impressive 33% move with that float. Of course, this was a favorite of a lot of people a few months ago. Actually, I guess this month, 2 months ago. All right. Well, the AI is trying to say, hey, why don't we short this EC? Interesting. Or it isn't a sorry, it's an energy play, so it's definitely going contrary to the sector. Yeah, you can see that AMC and many are following exactly what the SPY is doing. There's that opening red candle. Now we're getting a little bit of a green candle, bit of a green candle. So they're pretty, I don't like it. I mean, I like to find stocks that aren't so completely tied to what the overall market's doing, but so sort of an alpha stock that is not so dependent on what the market's doing. Wow, look at MULN now. Wow. Admit this is surprising me. The volume coming in, 57 million. This might trade the float today. Hard to believe it would, but anything is possible. Day one biopharmaceuticals, Dawn, DAWN. I sort of saw this one on the last week. I guess this was an IPO. Disaster, another disastrous one. But take a look at the high. 580 is the high on Friday. And then on Thursday, the high was 616. And before that, we got 751. So, I mean, if it can somehow get through that 6 level, it's got some room. And it's a fairly low float, 22 million in the float. Meanwhile, Bohr is still hanging in there, I guess. Okay, BORR. This is an earnings play, still kind of hanging in there. They're in Norway, I think, right? Or Hamilton. Sorry, Hamilton, Bermuda. So obviously for tax reasons. All right, how's Bitcoin doing? BITO. Guess is it? It's fading also. Yeah, so it's fading. I guess let's take a look at coin. It must be fading. Boy, God, what did it get up to? Got up to $83 and back down to 76. So very whippy. So this is a gap down and reverse for Kirk. I know somebody said they shorted it. Gap down now and reverse. Got down to 560, trying to reverse. It is an earnings play. Take a look left. The next high looking left is 687. So there is, in theory, there is room, to approach that high of Friday on a gap down and reverse. However, as we know, reversals will work a lot better if the market's not moving down. So it doesn't have to be screaming higher, but want to check that. I have to see what that second 15-minute candle does. Another one, halted. IMTE just got halted. Yeah, just hard to chase this one. MULN. Gotta wonder, and it is shortable for me too. So this, boy, I mean, the next high looking left is 149. It looks like 149. Well, if you have my gap continuation or reverse scan, you notice AMC now is at the gap up and big reversal now. Big reversal. So this is now kind of trading on its own because look, the SPY has got that green candle, but the second green candle, but AMC briefly had one, but it is really giving it up now. Yeah, you're right. I have this thumbnail. I'm hearing it also right here. This is text to voice for me right here. HUSA, HUSA. The next high looking left is 578. This is not shortable for me. Yeah, a little skeptical. The AI wanted to short an energy play. I mean, it may come back and work, but I wouldn't be shorting energy right now anyway. It's the only strong sector. So CCT is moving higher, but this is a buyout. Okay, this is a buyout, but it is moving a little bit higher. Actually, that it's interesting. I mean, that's a dollar move. Normally, when you see a buyout and you see that sort of action and just basically flatlined, you usually don't get this sort of a move. Now, when I say it's a buyout, well, it does say. I mean, it says it entered into a definitive agreement, all stock transaction. So this is not a buyout interest. This is a definitive agreement. And of course, the lawyers are coming out saying, hey, we don't think investigating whether it's fair to shareholders. Well, I don't know. If I were, depending where you bought this, but if I woke up and I had a 45% gain, and I'd be pretty happy. But of course, talking about the shareholders up here, well, Well, this is now showing up on Zach's topping scan, CTT. It is shortable for me also. Yeah, lots of shorts available. Actually, 1.7 million. MSPR, what are you doing? Oh, it's a real cheap one. MSPR, all-time low now. MSPR. Boy, MULN. I mean, it's going to turn in. I mean, hard to believe it'll take a 150, but I mean, there's the next high again. 149 is the next high looking left. And this is shortable for me. I'm just kind of looking at this thing. Yeah, IMTE got halted, and now it's the resume. This is a tough one. Another crazy one. You remember these? I do remember this. This is back in 2018 when I got up to $44, $45 on really no news. This is before this is before the memers too. And it got halted, but it got halted now on the way up. IMTE just got halted on the way up. Yeah. There's something going on here, guys. I mean, this is the wrong date and all that. I'm gonna have to just get rid of that. There's something going on in this build. I know I changed builds, but something's going on. So what I'm gonna do, all right, guys, watching this MEOLN to see if this is turning into a nice little short here. Some support down here around 120, 123. Could you get it at 7-Eleven? I see that's where the alert was in his scan at 7-Eleven. Could you get it there? It looked like it came out of the halt. Boy, this CTT is this is not typical, guys. When I know well, it's tied to the price, so I don't know what's happening to the acquiring company. Maybe their price is going up because it is tied to the price. Meanwhile, Most of the high flyers, here's the LI, probably NEO, probably XPAV. I see Dish. These are all gap up and reverses. And there's NIO. I mean, NIO's just getting thumped. This is really really ripping here. Potlatch. I gotta type in PCH. So this is who's buying them, I guess. PCH. And you see what's happening. So PCH's share price is moving higher, and CTT is tied to the share price, I guess. So as PCH increases in value, CTT is increasing in value. Yeah, I mean, this market is really selling off. All the flyers in the pre-market have really, most of them anyway, have really sold off. Well, guys, I'm just watching to see if anything on the way up. Boy, look at AMC just getting hammered here. And the next low looking left is 1236. PJ, I'll give you a pass on that one, okay? Oof. Yeah, I'm just looking at some TXMD. I think that was a buyout. Yeah, TXMD. So that is a buyout, and it is not moving. Okay. Yeah, tricky market so far with the pop up on a lot of stocks that are just completely giving it up. big opening 15-minute candle down, a little respite here in the second one, but the third one, so this is another one from Zach's bounce plays. US Steel X. What's the next low looking left is 2471. But again, a bounce play has got, for it to work, for any significance, you got to get the market a little bit on your side, at least not moving down on you. Okay. So, I mean, right now it's kind of basing a bit. Pretty tough to commit to a bounce play though right now. Like to see if there's any reason for Sava moving up, SAVA. Don't see any news on it. Oh, TRD, I have no idea. You'd have to find, whether they trade on like Shanghai or something like that. I have no idea. If they're co-listed, I really don't know. I don't think this could have been predicted that AMC was going to go negative. Okay, I really don't. I mean, it's one of the big meme stocks. All sorts of excitement about it, I guess, just as a general memer. But then, of course, with Top Gun, and you're right. Frank said, I mean, one movie doesn't mean the whole industry is going to turn around. Of course not. But it's interesting that it's actually gone negative. It's actually gone negative. Take a look at KWeb. I'm sure it must have a nice red candle. Yeah. So all those China stocks, most of the China stocks, I'm sure, are doing exactly the same thing. And now look at this red candle here. That's why I'm saying you take a look at US Steel. Yeah, I mean it's a potential bounce play from Zach Scan, but you've just got to get the market at least neutral. You don't want to see another giant red candle. The only thing that could be holding this up is 2470. 2471 is the next low looking left. Yeah, big pop for SIGA, SIGA. Yep. Probably still negative, but it is trying to come back. I mean, it got down to 1097. So there's a dollar move. Okay, so there's another monkeypox one, but I guess SIGA is the one. I mean, CMRX is moving, but nowhere near this like the SIGA, SIGA, yes. Okay, another one from Zach's topping tails or bounce play or a bounce play, sorry. So that is right on the 200-day moving average, 27.41. So it's just a little bit underneath the 200-day moving average. That is EVH. But again, until the market, you don't want to see another red candle and try to take a bounce, in my opinion. Yeah, and even the energy plays are not safe right now. Take a look at the. I'm going to go new and then go to the dog channel bar. I'm going to bring up the sector channels. This time, the change from the open and see what the difference is. It's going to be a big difference, I think, in energy. Probably a huge difference. Look at that, guys. So this is classic. Remember, when we looked at the energy plays about 10 minutes before the market opened, every single one of them were above Friday's close. Okay, it was 100%. Now look at this, 90% of them are below the open. So whatever price they opened at, 90% of the ones that make up XLE are now below the open. So there is no sector right now that is safe. I mean, if you're looking to go long, there is no one sector you can point to. So that energy, the one from the AI now could start to work. I mean, with energy starting to give it up a bit, where are they out of? Looks like a Bogota. Okay. So this is a Bogota or Colombia play, EC. Well, don't listen to me. EVH had a huge bounce, if you could get it. EVH 27.24, that had a huge bounce. Huge bounce. Even US Steel. Well, okay, but the market, you see what the market did. So the market certainly helped those two anyway. It looks like it. And there's US Steel, X. So we're starting to get. Remember that was a red candle on the SPY, the 10 o'clock. But the buyers stepped in, and now the buyers are seemingly in minor control right now. So going to help the bounces. Well, I know you say you're giving up, not, well, giving up, you don't want to watch it anymore, but SIGA making new highs, making new highs. Well, I'm eyeballing US Steel to see how well it holds 25. Got a little bit of room. The next high looking left is around 25.33 for US Steel on the bounce. So as long as the market keeps doing this, US Steel X should keep bouncing a bit. US Steel, boy, it's just teasing us here at 25. Beyond Meat, I think there's shorts available for me. Yeah, 157,000 at Interactive Brokers. Yeah, I got my doubts about US Steel. Even though, I mean, it's interesting, the market is moving higher, but US Steel gave up 25 again. Big Lots, BIG. I mean, had the earnings last week, did not do well, and now is taking out the low 24.87 is the low of 4 days ago. And underneath that, I don't know what's going to support it. 24.87. Well, the market is, well, US Steel did come back, guys. US Steel now is moving with the market. That's a nice big green candle. Okay, let's see if US Steel can move now. I'm in it. I want to see if it can move. We got back in just over that about 25.04 and it's 25 again. I'm out. You're right. OTLK is trying to come back. I'm hearing it. Trying to come back. 169. Well, it's got room. Well, let's see if the market can take out that 413 area. That's the high of that the opening 15-minute candle. Let's see if it takes it out. Now, I'm not looking for much in any of these bounces. Look at IMAB, guys. IMAB. So this is a China play and got hammered on Friday, 1165, got all the way down to 820, trying to come back over 9 now. Of course, look left, it's got the room, of course. And that's IMAB. LESL, Leslie's, LESL. Another one, the next low is way down here around 1750. Now, retailer 7, so it's about $1 to the next low. All right, guys. Well, as I got out of my the X guys. I just don't think I just don't trust these pops at all right now. So made a little bit on the X. Nothing to write home about, but all right. Well, probably a little break here. I don't see. I'm trying to see if there's anything on the way up that is not so dependent on what the market's doing. Of course, I'm not saying this one is. This is a gap up and go. EDU China play. This of course had. Not sure what happened last month with this one. This turned into a reverse split or something. I can't believe this one went from $1 to 13 last month, EDU. Because I seem to remember it being down every day. Unless something happened last week that I'm not aware of. But yeah, I'd have to check. I just don't believe this went from 1 to 12 last week. All right. Well, first of all, welcome to the room. If you're new to the room, this is the format, Monday to Friday. Obviously not yesterday, but Monday to Friday between 8 a.m. and 3:30 p.m. Eastern Time. My name is Barry Anderson, and I work for Trade Ideas. And I share my screen, and I'm live on the mic. We still have a nice promo on. I'll put my homepage link in, and this is what you'll see when you click on my link. So there is the promo, and this promo will be good. It's a test drive 25. That's the promo code to use for 25% off the first month only or the entire year. And that promo will be good until June the 6th. All right, June the 6th, midnight, 11:50, well, approximately 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, June the 6th. So this is what I would do. You click on Get Trade Ideas. We have 4 plans. We have an annual, monthly, premium, and standard. What I would do is this, is I would take out a monthly subscription. You can try us out. You'll get that 25% off. Don't take out an annual subscription unless you absolutely know you want the product, because you have to look at the terms and conditions of getting refunds, etc. But try us. You can try us out for a month. You'll get that 25%. You can try either the standard 118 or the premium 228. The big difference is the AI, which is not doing anything today yet. I mean, there's an alert, but nothing's really happening with it. Because here's the deal. You can, if you decide that you really like the product and within 30 days, so let's say you take out a monthly subscription. If within 30 days you decide, I love it, I want to go to an annual, we will honor the 25% promo. So there's no mad rush to take on an annual. I mean, the main reason why people want to take an annual is to get the fullest discount available. But you don't have to do that. You can try us out for a month. And if you like it, you want to upgrade to an annual, great. You'll get that 25%. Now, you don't have to take on an annual. If you do take out a monthly, you'll get that 25% the first month only. And if you want to maintain a monthly subscription, that's fine. But just know that that's what you'll pay going forward, 118 or 228. Okay? If you do take out a subscription, please start off with this. So let's get started. Okay, it'll take you about 30 minutes. There are 10 videos. It starts off with a download and install and takes you through all the basics as features of Trade Ideas, all the basic steps needed to get going. Okay, so take the 30 minutes. You can sign up. I do a video at noon. You can sign up for it right here. It's all free. Trade of the week is sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. It is a free service. The stock of the day video, which is up here. And then again, all the education is here. You click here and we have a big user guide. So if you should do this, the getting started. And if you're new, just concentrate on these first 4, what the channel bar is, because we've got a lot of layouts there, a lot of scans that we've created that you might like. But you should know what an alert window is and what a top list window is and what the differences are. Okay, just get at least the basics down. Afterwards, you can start looking at, I don't want to call these advanced topics, but don't overwhelm yourself with everything about Trade Ideas. Just take a look at these first 4 first. Daily support. So today is Tuesday, so it'll be Michael Noss in our YouTube room. When I do take a break at around noon, I take a break between 12 and 1, and one of the other traders takes over in our YouTube room, and today's Tuesday, so it is Michael Noss's turn. If you have a lot of questions about Brokerage Plus, this window that you see here, this big blue window we call Brokerage Plus, he is an expert user. Also, he has strategy, he does back testing and things like that. So if you have questions like that, save them up. Michael will be there at noon. Before I take my break, I will put the YouTube link in. We're back to our normal schedule. So there is a webinar today. So this week it's Tuesday, Thursday. Next week it's Monday, Wednesday. You can sign up for them all here. And Michael Noss, the aforementioned, he put together this great little video series. So if you're new to trading, starts off with what is a stock? Okay. Also, Chris, I think he's going to start doing just YouTube again. Before he was doing these Zoom meetings on Tuesdays and Thursdays. I think he's going to be just staying in YouTube. So Chris will be there. I think I'll have to confirm that. Back to sort of what I call a normal schedule, 3:30 to 4:30 in our YouTube room, because I shut the main room down at 3:30. So if you want to talk to Chris about trade ideas or trading in general, you can head over to YouTube at 3:30. And last on my homepage, my scans. So if you want my scans, here they are. Well, these are the four that I use in the pre-market, the gap up and down, pre-market actives up and down. That's what I use in the pre-market to kind of get set to see, what might happen once the market opens. No guarantee, of course, that things that are gapping up in the pre-market are going to continue, or the ones that gap down are going to continue. But at least it kind of gives you a bit of an idea about what's happening. And you've heard me refer to this gap continuation or reverse scan, which is right here. Zacks scan, Zacks bouncers and toppers, but here are all of the scans that I'm sharing. All right, so what is Trade Ideas? We are a scanner. That's what we do. We scan the US stock market. Doesn't matter where you live in the world, doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use Trade Ideas. So I showed you that on my homepage, I'm sharing a lot of scans, but here are a lot of other scans that we are sharing. So if you click from our toolbar, click on New, and then click on Dock Channel Bar. These are all theme-based channels. So my recommendation, go through them, take a look at them. Here's a momentum layout. So if you like this one, this is a momentum scanner, and you see GRTS just showing up. You can see what happened. So if you like this scan, you can just save it to the cloud. Take it out, get it into as a free floating window, and then save it to the cloud. If you want to make an adjustment, you can. An adjustment meaning, and the same with my scans. Maybe you don't like, well, first of all, let me do this. These are real-time, we are what we call an event-based scanner. So you create the event. So if I right-click configure and then click on summary, these are the filters we're using in this particular scan. So if a stock is between 1 and 50 and the current volume is at least 3, meaning it's trading at least 3 times normal up to this time of the day, etc. These are the filters. If a stock meets all of these filter requirements and makes a new high for the day, we get a real-time alert. That's why we see these stocks right here. Okay? You can make a change if you want. If you don't like this price range, you just click on the icon and you can make the change. Well, let's change it to 10 and 100. Click on summary. You'll see now it is changed, 10 and 100. I click on OK, it is now changed. So do one of two things. If you like it the way it is, you can just save it to the cloud, or you can, of course, make some changes and then save it to the cloud. Now, one thing about making a change in a channel, if I leave this channel and then come back, the change is not saved. The reason for that is because not everybody wants that change. The channels are for everyone. So the fact you want to make a change like that does not necessarily mean everybody else wants that change. So just so you know, so if you go back to the channel, the change is not saved. But typically what people do is they just extract scans that they like. Go to another channel, take a look, you might see something you like, save it to the cloud. Then you can bring those scans that you saved to the cloud, you can bring them back one at a time and then create a layout without actually knowing how to create anything from scratch. Any scan from scratch, okay? Now, if you want to create your own scans, of course you can. So if I right click on an alert window and configure, and now I click on search. So when you see these icons, these are all of the real-time alert icon filters alerts that we have. And when I scroll down, I get to these icons. These are the filters that we have. So what the company in 2003, when they started, they thought, you know what? Most people do not want to have to learn a programming language. So let's try to create enough alerts and filters. So for the majority of our customers, they can combine them to give them the type of scan they're looking for. Don't get hung up on how many we have. You don't have to learn them all. But obviously, if we're going to not make people learn a programming language, we had to create enough of them so that, again, the majority of our customers could combine them to give them the scan they're looking for. But again, you don't have to learn them all. Now, if you have our premium service, you should be watching the AI, and this is, I would do it in a very, very simple way. Just right click on new from our toolbar, click on new, and then click on AI/Holly strategy trades window. Okay. When you do that, this is what you'll see. Now, right now it's blank because I've sorted on the profitable. That's what I do. I sort on the profitable ones that have been alerted. Right now there is nothing, so I only want to follow the profitable ones. Right now there is not one. But that's all I would do. Just follow it. There's nothing for you to do in terms of setup. What I would do is I would take this window and I would incorporate it as part of your layout. And then when you load trade ideas, for instance, tomorrow, as long as you do it before 9:30, this window will be blank. The earliest alert would be at 9:35. And how you trade them, of course, is completely up to you. And then last is this Brokerage Plus window. Again, Michael will be in our YouTube room. This Brokerage Plus window, I'm going to put a link in. I put a link in called Brokerage Plus, and when you click on that, you'll see there are two videos. There's a short video. If you have an Interactive Brokers account or an E-Trade account, it shows you how you can actually use this window to trade from within Trade Ideas. Now, by the way, this is only available if you're using our downloadable application. If you're using our web-based version, it's not available. Okay. And you would just load it here, click on New and Brokerage Plus. So you can use this window if you have an Interactive Brokers account or E-Trade account if you want to trade from within Trade Ideas. But if you don't have an IB or an E-Trade account, it doesn't mean you can't use Trade Ideas, okay? It just means you don't have access to this feature. We're a scanner. Doesn't matter who your broker is, you can use us. Okay, so you're not limited to just having an IB or E-Trade account. The second video goes into a lot more detail about how you can use this window. How I like to demonstrate its use though is as a simulator. If you're new to trading, notice here it says Brokers Plus and the two options underneath. One says live, one says sim. So if you're new to trading, or even if you're not new to trading, but you'd like to maybe you've got some little strategy you'd like to test out, take some trades in a simulator, you can do it. But if you're new to trading, we cannot emphasize enough. Practice, practice, practice before you start trading your real account. Our simulator uses our real-time data, so it doesn't matter who your broker is. In fact, you don't even need a broker. Okay, if you're so undecided about who your broker is going to be, that's fine. But you want to practice trading, all you need is our standard service, and then you can practice trading. What you see here, these are stocks that I was showing people how to use in the simulator. I kept them. I didn't get rid of them. This was on Friday, and so because I wanted to demonstrate how you can use the simulator to practice swing trading also. I'm going to get rid of these right now. But if you take a trade in the simulator and you don't exit it at the end of the day, then it'll become a swing trade for as long as you want, of course. Well, OTLK is having a nice comeback, guys. Definitely having a nice comeback. Boy, from 70 cents to $1.07. And of course, the question is for how much longer? And the high here is 170. That's where that was the high on Friday. All right, guys, what I'm going to do is I want to show you. Okay, so this is what you would see. You would see it says not connected. So if you want to use the simulator, it would say not connected. And then you would click on sim. This will change to account. And once it changes to account, taking its time, there it goes. Click on it, and then a little box will pop up. It'll say simulated trading default. Now you're in the simulator. Now you can practice trading. So for instance, if I wanted to take this trade right here, DXLG, kind of interesting. The next high looking left is 470, but I just want to show you the mechanics. So if I wanted to take, let's take 300 shares. There's the bid ask, so it's only a penny, so I can go in at the market. I set it up then, I keep it at the market. I set it up, I click the buy button, and then I send it. Okay, now it takes the trade, took the trade. So if I don't get out of this trade at the end of the day, then this will carry forward, of course. I can practice swing trading. BKSY, I do remember BKSY from last week. Well, I can't chase it, but boy, this OTLK, I mean, what a run it's been on. And the market, yeah, market's having a nice little comeback, guys. Let's see if it can take out the high right there around 413. It's on the SPY, of course. Oh, like to see another bounce play from your scan, Zach. With the market doing this. Okay, I'm just looking at some of my thumbnail charts. Wow, this is just a great bounce. OTLK, great bounce. SIGA is still holding, SIGA is still holding that 12 level. Okay, I mean, it's, yeah, it bounced back down, but it is still holding that 12 level. And of course, we got the WHO saying this now calms pandemic fears. Well, AMC now challenging 15. It's had a nice bounce also with the market. It's actually gone positive now. Okay, sorry about that, guys. Yeah, so it looks like some of the energy plays are now starting to come back. Just get 25%. It's 25% ABD. Use the test drive 25 as the promo code, and that'll be 25%. Okay. If you click on my homepage link, I just put it underneath you. If you click on it, then you will see this. Okay. Here's the promo code to use. Test drive 25 for 25% off. First month only, or the entire year. Okay. Boy, this EDU, my goodness, what a gap up and go this has been. I don't understand what happened here last week. I I can't believe this really happened. Is this a split adjusted, reverse split adjusted or something? I don't recall this at all. Well, of course, I'm not looking at last week. Sorry. This is a few weeks ago, but I don't recall this for EDU. Well, where is this stupid thing going to stop? OTLK. I mean, this is still shortable for me at Interactive. Lots of shorts available, 1.7 million. You know, where is it going to stop? Well, they might, I mean, they're probably both China education, but I don't know what the foresees. I mean, they're China educational stocks. What do I think of SIGA? Well, it's all, if you believe monkeypox is going to be a thing, then fine. If you don't, who is saying it's not going to, trying to calm people down or calm the world down? But other than that, I have no thoughts about it. It's just a trade. I mean, it's holding 12. I guess if it could somehow take out that 1240 level, it could get going again. But I mean, it's all news related, right? I mean, you get a headline coming out saying, "Oh, new cases emerge in, some country." It probably pops. So that's about my extent of thinking about it. I think I have an alert set up here around 12:30. Takes that out. It might have another run in it. Just don't see any news on this EDU. I mean, this is trading on its own. I mean, this is not trading like the other China stocks. So I just don't see any news on it. MNSO guys, this is almost a lifetime low. Now this is a China stock, so this is almost a lifetime low. MNSO, and it is starting to really get hammered here, and it's almost a lifetime low. MNSO, the relative volume would have to pick up for it to be in my 10-day daily breakdown scan. Give me a moment here. I just want to see. I asked for them to make a change in something, and let's see if they did. Might have to reload trade ideas. I'm not going to do it. Yay! Okay. So I got them to change it out from the real estate because I mean, yeah, it's sort of a major ETF, but I think retail is much more followed. So we've now got XRT in here, okay, guys? So in the sector status, we now have XRT instead of the what was it, XLRE or whatever, okay? I just think this is something that is way more followed. So look at this. I mean, from the close, only 8% of them are up from Friday's close. I'll have to make my change in my other one to get the open. Yeah, I don't think you can post links in YouTube, Nathaniel. All right, HDSN from your topping tail scan. Let's just see what happens here. And especially if the market starts to move down a little bit here, getting a red bar. And that's from Zach's topping tail scan. Just kind of waiting on this HDSN to see if it gives up 10. The alert came at 10:12, and so it's just sort of hanging in here. And obviously it's got some room to slide to the 967 level. That's where the big support is. See if there's any specific news. I don't see any news on this one, HDSN. But the market is, trying to move up a little. Well, EDU is definitely on a mission on its own. I mean, I don't, somebody tried to post something in YouTube with some kind of an article, but I mean, I don't see any news whatsoever. Private tutoring markets see thriving worldwide. Okay, I mean, I guess. What about TAL? Is it doing the same thing? Not quite as dynamic. So it's kind of lagging EDU. EDU is, well, the quote unquote leader, but there's TAL. So maybe TAL will follow suit in a bit. How's Unilever doing? UL. Kind of hanging in there, guys. So Nelson Peltz to join the Unilever board. He was asked to join. So it's trying to give them some credibility, I guess. I mean, in theory, Unilever should have done extremely well during the pandemic. They got cleaning products, etc., and they didn't do at all. So, I mean, I know they do other things, but so major disappointment for shareholders. Okay, you're making me type in GNUS. I will. Okay. I thought maybe it was really ripping or something, but I don't see the rip. Well, SIG is getting closer, guys. You know, I mean, it's trying to it takes this out. I mean, it could have another run in it. That out meaning around that 1240 mark. But I mean, it's emotional stock, if you will. Yeah, no sanity when it comes to the memers, the meme stocks, the GMEs, and the. Speaking of GME, I mean GME, I think was up in the 140s earlier. Yeah, 140 drops all the way down to 120. I mean, these are big swings. $16 now, average true range. Well, we didn't say that FEDU and EDU are connected. You know, they're trying to education stocks. That's all. I mean, Four Seasons education. So I mean, there's no connection just because they almost have the same symbol. If that's what you mean. But I would be watching TAL. I mean, TAL. I always thought was kind of well, and it's not doing it. So EDU is doing it on its own. Well, I guess if you had a lot of patience on the X, it is moving. It's just and it's following the market. ITM, take a look at ITM. Let's take a look at GGR from real. Possible short underneath 530. So this is on not on Zach scan that I can see anyway, but it's the same type of look, a little bit parabolic. Okay, I'll do the same thing. Let's put an alert around 527, 530, and see if it takes it out. Yeah, lots of shares of. I'm sure there must be shares available. Otherwise, Real would not have mentioned it. Yeah, lots of shares at Interactive Brokers anyway. 1.5 million. Well, Hudson, I mean, it's holding under 10. It's not moving really well, the market is, it's hard to tell right now. I mean, you've got two red bars on the SPY, the 15-minute chart, but very narrow bodied so far. Okay, MULN had a pretty decent pullback, guys. MULN, and now here's the pullback, the 4 bars on the 15, and now it's starting to maybe crawl back up. But I have my doubts that it'll take out that high, 144. Yeah, well, this is moving, and so is SIGA, SIGA. Now, this has actually been okay, real. I mean, I know you know. So GGR, it just took that 530 out. TNXP actually has had, well, it didn't have a red bar. So TNXP has actually been a little more steadily up than the SIGA, SIGA. Again, monkeypox. Yeah, so bounce plays are going to be suspect right now, unless, the ones obviously tracking the market. So I'm looking at X now, and X is basically kind of following the market. Well, this HDSN is starting to wear me out. I keep thinking it's going to give up 10 in a big way. All right, SIGA just made a new high, guys. Just made a new market high, not pre-market high, of course. Pre-market high was way up here around 1470. So SIGA just made a new market high. $11.11. So we've got a bit of a choppy market, guys. I mean, had the big gap down. We had a recovery. Now we're starting to move down again. So a little bit of a choppy market to trade in. This is very different from Friday, where we had so many fantastic trending plays. Of course, the market was up big on Friday and Thursday and Wednesday. So we had a nice 3 day run. And there were a lot, but especially on Friday, a lot of great trending plays. Trending meaning, something like this. Okay. You didn't have to have stocks that just move as dramatically, but just, general move up. SIGA, guys, is now made another new market high, SIGA. But this is so risky. I mean, even though it has 41 million, it trades like it's got about 1 million. Okay, it's up, down, up, down, up, down. So be really careful if you're going to take this one, this SIGA. NATI, let's take a look at NATI. Don't see any news for it. I'm just checking headlines. I don't see any specific news on it. But something is causing it to spike, NATI. All right, guys, I'm not getting any new alerts. I'm just checking some of my thumbnail charts, and I'm not seeing anything that interesting. I'm just kind of keeping an eye on the HDSN to see if it does take out 10 again and start moving down with the market. And that again is from Zach's topping scan. I mean, this finally worked, the CTT. It did finally fade. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. And so I did get a little alert for HDSN, except not on the way down. So it's just taking its time. It's just really taking its time. I mean, it may not drop, but just looking at the market. Yes, the email, I guess better late than never, as far as the DK goes, the trade of the week. So it's a good thing. Now, in theory, it hasn't triggered. If you just got it now, the trigger is $30. How you trade it, of course, will be up to you. All right, well, GGR did not, I mean, it hit that target or the alert price, but did not, I guess very quickly, if you scalped it very quickly, but nothing, certainly not lasting. Hey, we just have a halt now. Oh, this BNRG, this is this crazy one from, well, about 4 days ago, I guess, got up to what, 15, $17. This was an IPO or a spin-off or something. Never tell anymore. SVRE, I don't think it launched SVRE. Yeah, it did not launch. This is an IPO we're kind of waiting on because it has very few short or very few shares that are going to be issued. Low price. Did not was I think it was supposed to launch on Friday. Did not. Quite a pop actually though for, oh, I understand real. I know you get the alert and then we start to look to see if it makes sense to take it. But this GGR, automobile manufacturing, that's quite a pop. And it's, it's not a low float, 191 million in the float. This is not a low float situation. Too bad that did not appear for me in Zach Scan, NATI. Must have been some kind of a filter, or do I have a price range on that one? Maybe it was outside the price range. No. Well, something prevented it from showing up on that scan, but that's a heck of a short. Yeah. All right, guys, NTNX, the beaten up stock now, 1642. My watch list down, and this has got obviously got some room. I mean, look left, 1351. It's below the low on Friday, which was 1642. Definitely interested in this NTNX, guys. The longer it holds underneath the low of Friday, which I think it's 1642, 1642. Um, I mean, especially if the market keeps moving down. I mean, just look left. The next low is way down here, 13. So, and when I say interested in shorting, of course. Boy, GGR just, and I don't see any news on it, specific news on it, but GGR, there's actually almost a red bar ignored on the 15-minute chart for GGR. All right, Hudson, you're now below 10 again. HDSN. But I'm really interested in this NTNX if it just kind of holds here. And it's at the low of Friday. All right, I can't keep watching this. So what I'm going to do with the NTNX is just put an alert, say around 1639, see if it takes that out later and starts to fall from there. I'm just interested, obviously, well, a couple of reasons. It's from my watch list down, but also it's got all sorts of room to the next low. All right, HDSN, maybe now giving up 10 in a big way. We have a halt LXEH. LXEH got halted on the way down. There's another China education stock. So they're not all doing the EDU. EDU is, unless it's, well, it is finally starting to, too bad. I should have been watching this because EDU is finally starting to move down. This was really trading on its own. It's not like you say all the China education stocks were moving higher. Great fade. Great fade for OTLK. Yeah. Well, I said I wasn't going to chase it. All right, guys, there's Nutanix. Let's see if it has any sort of move downwards. Nutanix meaning NTNX. Okay, guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. All right, guys, I'm back. All right, HUSA, guys, making another new high here. HUSA, a little bit choppy. I mean, it got all the way down to almost $5. So those are big drops percentage wise, but HUSA is making a new high, or just was making a new high. All right, BKSY. Let's take a look at BKSY. I know we. Well, the next high looking left. I mean, obviously, if it can take this out, I remember this very well now. 297, waiting for a three break, and never happened. The next high looking left is 315. 315. And we had this LXEH just resumed, I guess. Yeah, okay, forget about it. All right, Nutanix inching its way down, NTNX inching its way down. Yeah, well, you saw the news, right? Real with his Nelson Peltz. It's a big move, yeah, huge move for 2.5 billion in the float. So they invited him on board. This is not hostile or anything like that. But they got a lot of, well, 2.5. He owns 30 million shares before, which was only 1%, a little over 1%. So so they wanted him to take a more active role and give the company obviously some credence. I mean, they did nothing. They should have done a lot better during the pandemic with the products they've got. That's the conjecture anyway. How's the Indo doing? INDO. I haven't really seen it pop up in my scanner. Yeah, it's not doing the same as HUSA. HUSA is definitely the so-called leader today in these small energy plays. Okay, market's putting in a little green bar. Boy, this has been a choppy. Look how choppy this has been, guys. The SPY today. You know, compare that to Friday. Look at the Friday action. The beautiful move, little bit of a pullback, another move, little base, small little pull, and then a ramp. Compare that, look at the SPY action today compared to Friday. It's very, that's what I was saying. I found a lot more trending plays in the stuff that I was looking at anyway on Friday compared to today when you see this sort of choppy action. All right, guys, so it's 11:38. So in about 20 minutes, I will be taking my break. Michael Noss will be in our YouTube room. If you have a lot of questions about using Brokerage Plus, or he likes to create strategies and back test them and things like that, you have questions like that, I'm sure he'd be Love to answer them. All right, so this TRMD is a buyout. I am sorry, it is TXMD as a buyout. So TRMD is not a buyout. TRMD starting to drift down now. This is showing up in my scanner on the way down. All right, guys, AMC now is trying to get over 15 again. So, I mean, obviously this could have a bit of a run. If it can hold 15 and start to move from there, get the volume coming in, get the memers back into it. It hit what, 17 something, actually 1670, I guess, pre-market, 1667 or so in the pre-market. This NRIX is a little bit intriguing. This is the one with a $25 price target put on it. How did that BLCO do? It hasn't shown up at all. All these, amazing, isn't it? So BLCO had a number of analysts, and I'm talking the Goldman and Morgan Stanley and JP Morgan and some like big guy, Bank of America, I believe, some real big guys initiating coverage with lot. I shouldn't say, I don't know how many of them had price targets, but this has not helped this stock today at all, which is interesting. All right, Nutanix, NTNX inching its way down, gets into the low 20s, high teens. I'd be pretty happy. Well, for those of you following GME, very important level right here. Look at this. Look at all these topping tails on the 15-minute chart. All probably not quite to the penny, but 126.61, 125.91, 126.62, 126.63, 126.69. So you can see right now it's above all these areas here. So if you're into GME, that's a great breakout right there. All those 15-minute topping tails. Well, Huso guys, I mean, this is definitely the one that is kind of on its own. The Indo, usually the Indo is the one that kind of leads these crazy little ones, but HUSA, of course, a low float, 8.8 million in the float. Yeah, no shorts available for me either at Interactive Brokers for HUSA. It's a high looking left over here, well, it's above that high. So 2 months ago, the high was 1661. Well, NRIX is not trading very much. It's only, I mean, it's 2.5 times normal, but not very much volume. Yeah, GGR definitely is very strong. Can't see any specific news on it. I don't know if it's an EV play, electric scooter. Oh, that's right. These are the electric scooter guys. Okay. So interestingly, Yamana, which is being taken over by GFI, is starting to drift down. That is a pretty big drop. Must be tied to the share price or something. No, I can't, Bill. I don't have my entire layout shared. The reason I don't is because I've got depends on how many charts. It depends how many charts you've got. I mean, if you're only a standard subscriber and you've got charts up and running, I've got what 6 charts here. So it's hard for me to share the entire layout, not knowing how many charts people have. So the best thing to do is just pick and choose the ones you want. Okay, I've got the single stock window like this. I've got the basic new highs. So you just go to my home page and pick and choose the scans that you might like. Because you'll hear me refer. I mean, I look at this gap continuation or reverse a lot. It's on another window, another monitor, I should say. I look at Zach's bouncers and toppers a lot. It's on another monitor. So just kind of pick and choose the ones you might like. Yeah, but these are docked also, Bill. These are all docked. So hard for me to share if they're all docked. You see, they're all moved like this. I'm out of the Newtonix, guys. I wanted a little bit more, so I basically flat on the Newtonix short, kind of moving with the market. But Bill, you should be able to. I mean, it's just a matter of arranging things on your screen. First of all, if you don't want to dock, I don't know if you even know about docking. You can go to our user guide and it'll explain what docking is all about. It's not mandatory to do it. Fix, take a look at FIXX. Aha, shortable also. I bet you I guarantee William pounded this down, coming right into a resistance area. All right, guys. Wow, the SPY is on a comeback here. Look at this. The SPY took this area out right here. So, let's see if we can get, well, here's 30 minutes anyway, not quite 30 minutes. Well, let's see AMC. AMC is in semi-rippage mode right now. And KTX. Yeah, getting closer to the, well, I guess not really. Wow, that 200-day moving average is way above it. Looks a little closer on the daily chart, but it is not. NKTX, is this shortable? For those of us at Interactive Brokers, yes, it is. AMC guys on the move here. moving with the market, definitely moving with the market. So Bill, do you understand docking? Trying to answer you in YouTube. Because you might, if you want to have them really neat like I've got them, you might want to just take a look at our user guide and, go to the section on docking. All right, guys, I'm going to put my announcement in. Michael should be showing up any moment now in our YouTube room. So let me just get the announcement in. Actually, I will be in a little sooner. I think Michael's only going to be around until 12:55. So from 12 to 12:55 or so in the YouTube room. DraftKings, guys, another one that is trying to bounce off a whole number, DKNG. DKNG, take a look at that one, 14 on the 14. It's a little bit like the GME and the AMC, moving with the market. The market obviously getting a bid right now. I mean, NAS is now up. Dow is still down a bit. SPY's down a bit, but the market's getting a bid right now. So something like DraftKings, if it takes out that 1410 or so, that could get it running. I guess if you had patience with the X, there's no question, patience with the X, but that did dip down to 24.79. I just don't have too many from your dip scan today. PetQ, guys, PetQ on the move here. PETQ on the move. Nice little pop for it. Not a ton of volume. Not a high float. 27 million in the float. I think, Michael, I think you are just getting ready.
Yes, sir. Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Yes, I can.
Cool.
Drop my music so I can really hear you. All right, Michael, so you can take over. So I'll certainly come in, maybe 7 minutes to the hour. Give you enough time.
Yeah, I just need enough time to leave here and join a Zoom call. So
Okay.
that will be plenty good. And I
All right, my
appreciate
friend.
that.
I'll stop right now then.
Cool. I will screen share and that one, and we should be good to go. Make that a little bigger. Bam, perfect. Okay. All right, then. So, again, if anyone is new here, what we do here each and every day is open up the chat to some live Q&A and support. We understand that the program can be somewhat complicated, so we like to go kind of above and beyond what support is necessary to make sure you guys have everything you need. So I will be here. My name is Michael. I do a lot of the quantitative nerd stuff around here. And I will be here for the next hour to talk about trade ideas or trading or whatever it is that you guys want to chat about. So ask questions, please, because none of us really ever have anything prepared because again, it's a Q&A. So we want to make sure we're not rambling when someone has questions for stuff that is going on. And until then, I'm going to use the time to do my own work. So you'll have to watch me work if you guys don't have questions. So myself, just contrast Barry, who's more of, or pretty much exclusively, a day trader and kind of a short-term kind of momentum type trader. I'm more of a swing trader and a little bit longer term than even that. So I kind of focus. You'll notice I've got a day chart. That's supposed to be a week chart, but I was messing around on my own personal live stream with that yesterday. So that's a week chart, and that's kind of more time frame how I look at the market. So what I'm seeing, I have to put up my Epic so I can draw things. It'll be very interesting. Just looking from an intraday basis, we're butting up against yesterday's high, which is Friday's high, which I just found out. Maybe this isn't even available for you guys yet, but you can actually, this gray line here, you can select to have yesterday's high drawn in for you automatically, which is pretty cool. So that's what this gray line is yesterday's high. And we are popping up against that. So that's kind of, I think, the level for intraday traders you have to take a look at. So that's what I'm watching here. Now, from a longer term point of view, a swing trading point of view, I'm watching the same kind of level, this 420 area. If you go further back on the chart, it's even kind of more pronounced, but it was lows in through here, struggling. So we may struggle at that. And as someone who's using anchored VWAP more and more every day with my trading, if we draw an anchored VWAP from this last high, that's about 420 as well. So 420 seems to be the level. We'll go back and show you. And I will attempt with all of my power to draw a straight line. And again, you can see congestion in through here, right here, then a congestion zone right here. So it seems very, very important to keep your eyes out for that. And until then, we wait. Right? We're kind of, as a swing trader, this is a boring time for me because I'm not all about like hopping in full hog right here after we just bounced from 380 to 415 in kind of a straight line. I need to see a higher low, so a pullback and then go, because so far we've had lower lows and lower highs and lower lows. So we need to see that potential higher low before we can really get bullish on that, or reclaiming 420, basing around for a while and continuing. So there's some stuff that I own that I'm just sitting on. Udemy, which I haven't even looked at today. It's down a little bit. Nice kind of rounded base here. So I'm in this one from the 13s. So I've got my fill. EME's cracking. That doesn't surprise anyone. In KWeb. So here on the bottom, this is my ETF watcher. So here's all the ETFs that I look at. I've got them sorted by position in 5-day range, but they're also colored by changing the close. So I can just look at that one and say, oh, that's really green. So KWeb, which is Chinese internet, is the biggest bounce from today. So that's kind of interesting. Hey, Circle, how's it going? Is everyone in a better mood now that we're bouncing a bit? Everyone can take a look at their investment portfolios and see that they're up a little bit. How's it going, everyone? I could do this. I do have my camera on. What does that even look like? I'm just going to click at some buttons here. Okay, so that has Barry in there. So that looks a little weird. Boom. Okay, so that's Barry's Sue. Ah, cool. A neat little program. Way better than the other way we were doing it, for sure. Is that Barry's house? No. Oh, that one? No, I think that's just like a stock image. Hey, Michael. I can click these and you guys just like pop right into the chat. How cool is this? Playing about. Is your ETF scanner different than the one in the channel bar? I look at the scanner is probably the same. So what I like to use is all of these different columns here. How these work. I think these are kind of like hidden gems within Trade Ideas. I don't see people use them a lot. I use them a bunch. So basically, this is just kind of like a chart in and of itself. So the more green it is, and more on the left hand, right hand side, this side it is, the more it's at the higher end of that range. So this one's position in 5-day range. So if I look at KWeb right now, or what are we on? ARC. So if I look at ARC XLF, it keeps moving around. But if I look at XLF right now, I already know that it's kind of not quite at the high of today's range, but it's close. I know that it's nearly at the high of its 5-day range. Okay, stop moving. I got to freeze. Let me do a freeze. Right, cool. Right click, and let's actually duplicate into the free floating, and we'll make that a little bigger so everyone can see. And then this is a little tip that some people don't know, but if it's bothering you that it's sticking around like that, I can just click freeze and it will just stop. But yeah, so if we take, let's go smaller. So if we take KWeb here, just draw a little circle around that. Right. So the things that I know just by looking at this, I don't even need to bring up a chart. It's pulled back a little bit from today's range. Not too much, but a little bit. It's at a new 5-day range. So it's at like the high that it's ever been in 5 days. Same with 10, same with 20. However, in the past 3-month range, it's right in the middle of the range. In the 6-month range, it's still down. 9-month, it's still down. Year, it's way down. 2-year, it's way down because these things are red. So it's almost at its 2-year low and it's almost at its year low. So just from looking at all of this, I know that KWeb is strong over the last few days and then weak over the last year, give or take, just by eyeballing right here. And then position lifetime range, it's still getting hammered. So what I can do is I can just double click on any of these columns and sort it but whatever I want. So if I want something that's actually doing really well in this bearish market, so it's still up on like in the last 9 months or a year, I can just double click on that. And we know that XLE, and this shouldn't shock anybody, but energy is doing well. DBC is commodities, that's doing well, and oil is doing well. right? If I just want to see something that's kind of hitting new highs and new lows today, I can sort it like this. XLC is hitting, so communications is the strongest ETF. Not strongest, but in the closest to that upper end of its range. And cane, which is sugar, is in the lower end of his range, right? With this kind of stuff in the middle, right? So if I click on, if I go look at the XLE right now, it's going to kind of look like a doji, right? It's right in the middle of its range, it's a little spinning top right there. So that's how I use it, because basically I just want to be able to click around quickly and say, okay, well, what's doing well? Because I actually do, even as pretty much a long only swing trader, I do most of my work in down markets. Like I just talked about, the market's just ripped, right? It's up like 4 days in a row, just like a rocket ship. I'm in a bunch of stuff, like I just said, for those last 4 days, because what I do is, as the market's selling, I make lists of things that aren't selling. Like, what are they not hitting? So that when the market bounces, I have a whole list of names that I start buying of basically what we're not selling. Um, but now the market's up, I really got nothing to do. So let's imagine that the market's been selling the last few days, and I go say, what's in the highest end of the 5-day range? I can very easily go, okay, again, pretending the market's selling. Well, they're not selling solar, right? And they're not selling energy, and they're not selling Chinese names. So then I can look for these names for kind of relative strength, right? So it's one of those. That's how I use it, right? So that's how it's a little bit different. So I can share the scan. The real kind of meat and potatoes here is the ETF list, which I can't share. So you can I'll leave this up for a second if you want to take a screenshot of the screen and fill it in. If you want to build your own, I think that's probably the best way. What I would do first is I would Google spider sectors, and then kind of build from that. Like, so for example, ARC isn't a sector, but what I use ARC for is a proxy for those shitty pandemic growth names, right? So if ARC is doing well, then I know Peloton, Zoom, Robinhood, right? All Coinbase, all of these names that have just gotten absolutely murdered recently are doing well. Same with BerkB, right? Berkshire Hathaway is obviously not a sector ETF or anything, but I use that as the opposite, right? Because we all know what Warren Buffett would invest in. So if this is doing well, then I know the boring names, all of this stuff is doing well. Cane is not an ETF, but it's just sugar. So I use that, and wheat should be here somewhere. And if not, I'll add it. So like DBC, for example. DBC is commodities ETF, right? So it's a full commodities ETF. And you can always Google these things too, right? If you go ETF DBC holdings. Oh, is this going to Bing it? Because I use, which is hilarious. They keep releasing Bing's top search results, and like every time it's always Google is the top search result for Bing. Did a fine job there. Right. There should be a breakdown of its holdings, just if you ever want to know what's in it. That's just the top 10 holdings. DBC ETF. Yeah, so here we go. Okay, so that doesn't help. So it's got some wheat futures, it got some corn, some soybeans, some zinc lime, copper, aluminum, right? So silver, right? So just a bunch of different commodities. But you can always Google that if you want to see what's inside an ETF. It's pretty easy. Is that my scan? Yeah, and again, it's in the description below. I'll bring this back up for the people that were looking to screenshot it. Again, those are the ETFs that I use. Everyone uses something different. Kind of what it is they want to see. What I'll say is this list is usually growing, and part of what I do for my nightly homework is um what I do for my nightly homework is I go through this list every night, every symbol, every night. I just say, okay, give me a general feel of what the market looks like. And anytime I see, someone on Twitter or something like that, and they do something that's a good ETF, I can just go, oh, I'll take that and add it to a list, right? So we talked about how wheat isn't in there, but I'll put that in there now. And just for people who don't know, you just right click and you click send to symbol lists, and I just call it ETF, right? So ETF seems good, but it needs to train your eye a bit. Yeah, and you can, you could run a race on it if you want it, right? You could say, I just want to run. I know Steve does that where he runs a race on the whole ETF sector. I like these bars better. It's the beauty of trade ideas, right? It's got something for everyone. You could just do change in instead of position and range. You could just do change in whatever, and you can eyeball it. Eventually, very soon, actually, I think I read it in the notes, you're going to be able to add more than one symbol per chart. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to do a line chart of like all of the different ETFs, and it will show you what's up and down on that line chart. So that'll be interesting as well. And please share the scan. I think that's all. Oh, that is, yeah. So I shared it, but again, it's the symbol list, which is interesting. So how do I add this? So first thing to do if you want to add a symbol list is just go to your toolbar. Hello. And go tools and symbol lists right here. And this will open up this box. So I've got a bunch in here already. You probably don't. That's fine. So you'll just click create new, and you will come up with this little box. You name it. I'm just going to call this one stream because we're on stream here. And then you click OK, and you should see it show up right there. So there's stream empty. Let me actually delete some of these because I made most of these for looking at streams. And we're going to edit that list, and it will bring up something here. So I can either type in names, APL, FLX, SPY, QQQ, like that. I can insert it from a file. I can kind of load it in from a file. If they're all in like Excel in a row, you can copy and paste them in. You can, however you want. So you could add in, let's see, like if I copy this, I don't think it, yeah, I tried this before. It's not going to work. Uh-oh. I broke it. Yeah, so once you're done this, you'll just click OK. So we made a list called stream, and we put 4 symbols in it. So now whenever you're in the configure menu, there's always a tab here called symbol lists right there. So if I click on that, I have a few options. So here's some lists that are already in this screen, but just ignore that for now. We're going to click on add existing list right here. That's going to open up a menu, and we're going to find the list that we want that we just called stream. You can see it right here. So I'm going to click on that, and then somewhere you see it was added right here. So when I click on this, there's another box that we got to look at, which is the last box right up here. So you see it says only the following lists, right? So I'm only looking at the following list. I can exclude the following lists. I can just say a single symbol if I just want my scan to look at a single symbol. So say I had a list of stocks that I hated. Some people call them their shit list. I know there's a lot of traders out there that are like, I'm never going to trade Yelp again, because every time I trade Yelp, I lose money. So that's going to go on my shit list. There's a lot of people out there who have that, where they just have like an utter distaste for certain symbols because they just don't treat them very well. So you could make a whole list of all of those symbols, and you could say exclude them. I don't want to ever see XYZ ticker again. And then you can do only the following list, which means that whatever scan I do this to will now only look at what's inside of this list. And I'll like turn off the ETF for now. So now when we click OK, we are only going to see those 4 symbols that I put in there. And you can do this with any scan. So you can do it with a alert window as well. So if you're, building an alert window and you just want it to show you like new high and lows, but only on like your portfolio or something, you can do that right from here. You can just say, hey, don't show me everything, just show me XYZ list of symbols. Like we have some traders that maybe trade with a prop firm or a foreign broker or something, and they're only allowed to trade certain symbols, just part of the law of the land at which they trade. So they're like, okay, my broker has access to these 600 symbols, and that's it, which is very common for, I think so there's some UK brokers and stuff out there. So I only want to see those things, and then they can do that. They can build that into those scans. Again, another thing that you can do is you can say, hey, I only want to see new highs or new lows from my own symbol. So I will do that quite a bit. If I've got a whole bunch of holdings that I want to track, I'll just put them in a new high low ticker and just say, hey, just show me when something I'm holding makes a new high of day or low of day. Otherwise, leave me alone. And that's kind of when I'm in a deep work mode. I'm focused on something. So yeah, so that's how I created that. So now I just have this list. And then again, if you ever want to add something to a list, you can click the heart button, and that populates something in the back end that's called my liked list. And that's kept by the server. So you don't need to do anything to that. It's either highlighted or it's not. If you want to add something to a specific symbol list, you just right click, you go send to symbol lists, and then ETFs, or whatever list you call it, right? It will have, these are the most recent lists that I've played with, and then these are all of the list. So I can just go through and kind of play with it from there. So really powerful, really underutilized tool, I think. There's people out there who, and I think there's merit to it. There's people out there that trade just a universe of symbols, not even because of some sort of requirement that says they have to, like the prop firms I mentioned, but they just they only want to focus on a small universe of stocks. And again, I don't think there's anything wrong with that. Certain stocks have character. They trade in certain ways, like the meme stocks have these kind of parabolic moves and then they crash, right? If you look at GME, for example, right, it is smitten with these parabolic moves and then crashes, and then parabolic moves and then crashes. It doesn't trend. It's either a rocket ship or the rocket ship breaks down and it falls to earth, right? You can see it really clearly here on the weekly chart. Parabolic move and then crash. That's kind of its personality. So if you're the kind of person that you want to momentum jump into parabolic moves, or you want to trade the crash of them, then that might be part of your tradable universe. There's people out there who want to trade large cap slow movers, and they may make a list of that. So again, very, very powerful way to customize the system. And that's probably, the ETF list is probably the most simplistic way to look at it. So you can just Google most traded ETFs and there'll be a list of it there. You can kind of add whatever you want. I can take, for example, say I think I already have gold and silver in there already, but I could add those. XME, I don't think I have in there. So let me add that, which is our metal ETF. And again, you just pop them in just like that. It's just that simple. So where do you find stocks within a sector? FinViz. Well, one of the easiest ways to do it, I would say, is with our similar tab. So we have this similar in our single stock window. Let me move this out of the, I'm going to need that, I think. So you go to your single stock window, and then you got all these tabs on top, and one of them is this one, which we call similar. And if you right click, let me put it back in. Maybe I have to put it back in. Yeah, you right click, and there's two ways to classify something. I can't click on that and do that. There's two ways that we click on this. We either do competitors, which is things within the same industry, or we do price action. So this is click competitors. So for example, if I go Netflix, that doesn't work. Oh yeah, it does. So some of these are going to be within the same type of, I don't know why there's certain things in there. It's one way of doing it, I guess. Let's go forward. Let's make it easy. So most of these should be like LI, for example. It's another automaker. There's Toyota, there's Tesla, Lucid, right? A lot of different automakers, Fiskars, right, will show up. There's General Motors. That's one way to do it, and that changes based off whatever it is that I am looking at. I don't even know what SIRS is, but let's click on that. And it's surgical and medical manufacturing. So if I click on that, that should also be surgical and medical instrument manufacturing, right? And PET V, surgical and instrument medical manufacturing. So that's one easy way to do it. Another way is the same way that we actually just talked about. So if I go into my symbol lists again and I add lists, there is sectors right at the bottom here. So if I want utilities, here's all the utilities. I can break them down into the subsectors, right? Because in utilities, there's natural gas and there is water and power, right? Within the utility sector. Within mining, you can mine oil, you can do the mining support, or you can do support activities, right? So these are the different sectors. So I could just click there and I could say only this following list, right? If I only wanted educational services, I can click on that and get those as well, right? So that's an easy way to look at it. We also have the channel, and the channel is a pretty bone simple way to look at that as well. If you go new and docked window, nope, new and docked channel bar. Right, we've got the TI strength. Make sure you check that out. That's changes. That's mostly what I trade, but we got the sector status right here. It's pretty big. Takes a second to load, but yeah. So within energy, here's all of the things within the energy spider sectors. Within industrial, here's all the things within the industrial one. The difference between a dock channel bar and a channel bar. Dock channel bar, everything is kind of contained within a dock like this. And the normal channel bar, each of these will be an individual free floating window. For me, I am a big fan of the dock. I like to keep everything organized. And when I'm not showing my screen like this is actually I bring this up all the time, but this is just a virtual machine and it's a dummy virtual machine. There's nothing on here of relevance or note, right? This is what I do, what I use to show off to you guys. And when I'm not doing it, I keep it up on a monitor to my left, and it's just got a whole bunch of different charts and all this kind of stuff, just showing what's going on in the world. So I like to keep everything docked. It basically means that I can change channels here. So I can go check on Holly. And then at the same time, this remains open. Whereas the normal channel bar, everything will be a individual free floating window. So it's whether you want, the way I look at it, it's whether you want cleanliness or whether you want uh, customization, right? Because if you sit at a computer like a single and all day and you want everything kind of laid out in a certain way and it's never going to change, then you may want to look at the non-docked where everything is its own free floating window and you can set it all up like you'd like. If you want, um, like myself, who I want cleanliness, I just want to be able to click this shrink button and it shrinks everything. Then I don't look at it anymore. Uh, then you may want to look at the docks. Like this is a dock that I have set up. I like that I can hide things behind other things, right? So this has, and then TI strength is hidden behind my ETF watcher. So I can keep a lot of things on screen without actually having to, uh, everything's kind of hidden within. So there's a lot in this channel that I can kind of hide things behind the screen. Or yeah, if I go, I almost don't even want to open it because it's been so long. But if I go channel bar, let's go to the TI strength channel, which is the best channel that there is. You'll see that each thing here opens as a free floating window, and you can see how it's already like gummed up and overlapping, and it triggers my screen cleanliness vibe. So I don't like it as much, but it's a personal preference thing. I know there's Steve and Andy, I think, don't use the docks at all. For me, I'm very much I want everything to have its place. I want to be able to move it all around and shrink it quickly. Plus, I change my working environment all the time, all throughout the day. I was out on my back deck before this started, and I've got a couple meetings after this, which I'll be in the office for. And then, I may go out and sit in the living room with the family, right? So for me to be able to move from a giant big screen to uh, a tiny little one and then back and forth, it's so much better for me because this will resize, right? When I take this on my MacBook, right, it will probably be about, I don't know, about that big, right? And all of the windows resize on their own. So for me, it's the way to go. Yeah, that would be a cool feature. I'll bring it up. I don't know if it'll be super high up on the priority list, but I'd like it. I would say most of our client base isn't as big on ETFs as I am. I don't trade the ETFs. That's not the reason that I look at them. For me, it's just I want to know. Sean always worded it best, right? I want to know what playground I'm playing in, and then when I have an understanding of, hey, growth names are strong right now, or value names are strong right now, or commodities are strong right now. Once I know what is working, then it's super, super easy for me to, when I'm running my scans, I kind of pull one as well, right? So for me, it's like, okay, I noticed that commodities are strong. So now let me run my scans and oh, that chart looks good. And it's in the commodity sector. So that's just going to put like credence to that individual symbol over other symbols. Right. So it's also why I do it in the order in which I do it, which is always look at the ETFs first and then the stocks second. Michael, if you don't mind, can you please share your daily routine to create an active stock list? So my routine is going to be a bit different than most of the swing traders. I essentially start work at um So I do scalp throughout the day, but that's a strategy I don't really talk too much about. I keep it a little close to the vest, but um, that's just done by alert windows. So that's just fed to me throughout the day. When it comes to my swing trading, what I do is um, I just go through, most of my scans are from the Market Explorer right here, right? So this is a new one that we actually just created, which is a moving average cross buy signal. So just for some inside baseball, it's a 13 period EMA crossing a 50 period SMA. There's no magic to moving average crossovers. In fact, net, they don't work super well. But they can give some good signals, and then you filter them by eye, and then you can get some really good trades from it. So, I just tab through them, and anything that I like, I've got a Google Doc on another screen, and I add them to that Google Doc. And when it's complete, I copy and I paste them all into a symbol list. It just saves me like a few seconds of you could also just right click and go send a list and then pop it into the list. But for me, again, everything starts with a written and tested trading plan, right? It's because, the scanning routine is nothing. It's I go through a couple scans, and if something meets my written and tested trading plan, then I add it to a list. And if it doesn't, I don't. It's really that simple. The complicated part is coming up with your own trading plan and understanding what it is that you want to see from a trade and what it is that you don't want to see from a trade. Uh, this that's the hard part, right? So I'm kind of liking this MA cross buy signal scan that we just built. I'm kind of liking this MACD trend play scan that we built. This is going to find things that are in uptrends that are now moving up again. So it's already in a sustained uptrend, and now it looks like it's pointing up again. A lot of my stuff comes from the bull flag scanner, and a lot of it comes from TI strength. The thing I like about TI strength is these are statistically tested symbols, right? You will, with the testing over the length of a long period of time, not every day or every week or every month, but over a long period of time, this seems to outperform the markets. So I will always continue to, keep an eye on what's in here. DK is interesting because that is, I think, just came in a little bit late as the trade of the week. Yeah. So that's not only the trade of the week, but that is a TI strength alerts symbol as well. So most of the stuff comes from those couple scans. And again, it's all applied through the filter of my written and tested trading plan. And again, if you don't have one of those, I cannot say enough that you're gambling and the market will take your money. And the harsh part that I always say that people hate is, and you deserve it, right? It's the example I always give is that you wouldn't buy a business without a trading plan, right? You wouldn't say, I'm going to open up a restaurant without having a plan in place, without having um, if I'm like, hey, I'm going to go to the bank and I'm going to buy a convenience store down the road, they'd say, okay, show me your plan before we give you the loan, of course, right? Show me the expected results of you buying this convenience store and, inventory costs and overhead and all this kind of stuff. But you'd be shocked how many traders don't do that. How many traders just sit down, right? Open up a program like Trade Ideas and just click a button, right? Um, and it's just not the way it works, right? Because no trading strategy works all the time. It just doesn't, right? There's no trader in the world that in all markets does great. So you have to have that plan to rely on when things don't go well. Uh, and I think a lot of people are feeling that now after the whole 2020, 2021 was kind of a rampant bull market. And there's an old trading saying, don't confuse brains for a bull market. Anyone, right? If you didn't do well in 2020, you know, you might want to reevaluate. But now that the market's gotten a little harder, uh, there's a lot of people that are feeling the pain. The people out there like myself that have a trading plan aren't so much, or when I am feeling the pain, because again, I will never say that I'm one that makes money all the time because no trading plan does. Uh, I just know if I stick to my plan that eventually I'll reach this kind of positive expectancy, right? So again, the scanning is the easy part, and the scanning is the last part that you really want to look at because first you got to get and build that plan together. A plan may be something as simple as I'm going to trade bull flags and I'm going to identify a bull flag as this and include some examples. And I am going to take action on a bull flag when this occurs. I'm going to stop myself out when this occurs. I'm going to try to take profit when I reach 3 times my stop loss, and then just do that same thing over and over again forever, taking notes along the way, recording all of your trades, tweaking as you learn. Um, it doesn't have to be complicated, but if you don't have a plan, then when you sit down, and this is something we're trying to work on at Trade Ideas, you sit down to Trade Ideas with almost an infinite amount of things that you could look for. And most people, they get confused and they say, I don't know what to look for, right? This was one of the reasons for the creation of TI Strength, which is a built-in swing trading plan, all in and of itself. And the same thing for the motivation behind building Holly, which, from the day trading point of view, is a built-in trading plan in and of itself. Now, that doesn't mean that you blindly follow any of these. It means that you can use these to learn from while you start to kind of build your own plan, right? Because this thing, again, it's got when it comes into it, right? Everything, entry, stop loss, exit criteria, kind of all built in and good to go. Do I have a facsimile of my trading plan? I have, let me bring this up, a full, and this is kind of brought to you by Trade Ideas. Let me get that here. A full 39 lesson, completely and utterly free on YouTube, nothing you got to put in or nothing you got to do. Trading course that I put together with Trade Ideas. They basically just kind of paid me and let me do it. And what happened was during the first kind of lockdown quarantine of the pandemic, locked in with my fiance at the time, my wife now. And she was always interested in what I did, but never had the time to kind of pay attention or learn or anything. So we sat down, and the first lesson is what is a stock? And then the 39th lesson is how you build your own trading plan, right? And we go all through technical analysis, fundamental analysis, statistical analysis, through the whole 9 yards. So I would check that out. If you're a little bit more advanced already and you want to kind of skip things that are boring to you, you can do that, and then at the end you'll get to the point where it's like, okay, this is how you build a trading plan. But it's, don't overcomplicate it. It's when do you have time to trade? What are your goals with trading? If you have an infinite amount of time to look at it, that's going to be way different than someone who's trying to do it before or after or during work, right? So that person's going to be a little different. What's your account size? What are your goals? Right? If you've got a $10,000 account, your goal is obviously not to trade for a living, or I've got a bridge to sell you. If you've got a smaller account, it's probably to grow it into a larger account. And then if you have a larger account, it's probably to make a income off it, or I guess possibly even grow it into a larger account. So it's all this, it's very personal. It's going to be different for every person. But there is a sample kind of in the videos how I would build it, and then also building a trading checklist, because with each plan it should just come a checklist to say, my trading plan says I trade bull flags and I need to trade them when the market is going up, and they have to be above this moving average or whatever it is. Again, it's very personal, whatever it is you put together. So it's one of those that it may say, I buy stocks hitting new 52-week highs and blah, 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 and then away you go, right? So check that out, and then away you go. Is this coursework for swing trading? Doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It's all the same. It's just, right, whether I always look at it as you're trying to predict the next few candles on the chart. So if you're on the daily chart, you're trying to predict the next week, maybe. If you're on the 5-minute chart, you're trying to predict the next 20 minutes, right? If you're on the 1-minute chart, you're trying to predict the next 5-10 minutes, so they always say trading is fractal, right? So there are some differences obviously between day trading and swing trading and stuff like this, but when it comes to technical analysis, it's support and resistance is support and resistance. It's whether or not you're looking at a daily chart for support and resistance or an intraday chart. When it comes to creation of the trading plan, it is always the same as well. You have to build that plan together. It's just, is the plan saying I'm going to be a day trader or a swing trader or a long-term investor or whatever it is. So time frame is not, in a perfect world, and in a world that I believe is coming soon, time frame won't matter, because I trade equities, but I also trade cryptocurrencies and I trade Forex. Right? When it comes to Forex, other than, Friday to Sunday night, it's 24 hours. When it comes to cryptocurrency, it is always 24 hours. So time frame, a day trader or a swing trader, it doesn't matter as much, right? It's more of, you buy the stock or you buy the token or you trade the FX. And then it's like, okay, well, what's my goal and what do I want to do with this? Right. So if my goal is to hold this thing for a week, I'm going to look at a different time frame than hold it for an hour. But as soon as markets stop closing, it will remove that issue of a day trader versus a swing trader versus a long-term investor. It may mean you need to use some automation on your exits, but right, if you buy in a stock and it's running, there's not that artificial, okay, it's 4 p.m. Eastern, I got to get out because I'm a day trader. It's, I'm going to let this thing go until the trend breaks, right? And I think we're only a few years away from that in the equity markets. There's a lot of cryptocurrency exchanges that are tokenizing equities to put them up on the exchange, and I think that's going to force the NYSE and the NASDAQ, because remember, these are for-profit companies, publicly traded for-profit companies that have to keep up, right? Are there chart indicators to add for support and resistance? No, that's a very much a by eye thing, right? It's going to differ based off of, you put, I'm a chartered market technician. I bet you put 5 chartered market technicians in a room and they would define support and resistance differently, right? So there is no chart indicator that just works, right? So that's one of those things that's same with trend lines and things like this. They're all drawn differently. It's the art of this. The trading is a combination of art and science. It's not art or science. A few minutes ago, you showed on the slides. That is the TI Strength channel. So if you click on this guy here, that's just Strength Alerts, it will bring up, I've showed this a few times, but it will bring up a little window here. And this is an email product that we have on its own, but you get access to kind of all of it together. And it, if we scroll through here, it has 5 symbols with entries and exits all built in. This is a back-tested model that, again, doesn't make money every day, week, or month, may even chop around for a year, but it's been tested, and over the long run, these swing trades kind of beat the market overall. So check that out. If you just Google TI strength alerts, there's like a main page there that will tell you all about it. I did like a little video on that page. Also, I think it's right here too. So if you want to learn more about it, just because I know Barry's going to give me the hook in a bit, so I want to get to the other questions, is just click right here on this one, this getting started video. This will explain everything in detail. What happens to options when the markets go 24/7? They'll go 24/7 as well. All this market making is all automated anyway. So it'll be, once one thing goes, so will the other. What trading type do you prefer? What is easier between crypto, stocks, and Forex? I don't think any of them are easier than the others. They're all the same thing. They're all human psychology and market behavior. My most profitable is equities. Oops, if that helps. I think I closed everything down. If that helps, but it's just, again, as a chartered market technician, my kind of core belief on trading is that everything is kind of given in the chart. The price is the culmination of all market participants agreeing on what the price of the stock is in that moment. So if you give me a chart and the pressures of the price are driven by supply and demand, then I'll trade it. That's just kind of the way that I look at. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work for everybody, but for me, that's just the way that I look at it. So the stock list will change daily. No, the title screen, the thing that pops up, that's weekly. And this list here is weekly. But this list down here, this actually changes every 10 seconds. And these are, again, from when you watch that video, I explain like the algorithm and how I built it. These are all derived from that algorithm in real time, updated every 10 seconds. So that's that TI strength list that I showed earlier. That's one of my favorites because as you scan through here, you'll see that all of these are incredibly strong stocks. And my philosophy on the market is there's an old adage, if you want to hold the strongest names, just buy the strongest names. So that's basically what I do. I buy whatever's strongest, I sell whatever's not working, and I repeat ad infinitum.
And you see how Michael, it makes it sound so easy. And
If only.
I'm back, Michael, if you want to take off. I'm just kidding you, of course, but I mean, the way Michael explains it all, I mean, yeah, have that trading plan. And, people always say to me, well, what is your trading plan? Me personally. And how did you never, when you start out, you don't know what your trading plan is going to be because you don't know what sort of a trader you're going to be. I didn't know I was going to be a day trader or a momentum trader when I first started. I had no idea. And the only way you can figure some of this stuff out is by maybe practicing different types of trading patterns. And then eventually, hopefully over the course of time, something is going to click on you and say, you know what, that's the sort of pattern I want to try to see every single day. And I think I know how to trade that. And then you just stick with it. I mean, within reason. If it stops working for a year, I guess you better change it. But I'm sure that's what you did too, Michael.
Oh, yes. No, I tried low float momentum playing. I tried options. I tried news catalysts. And I bet you if you talk to, the beauty of what we do here is that tomorrow there'll be a different trader and the next day there'll be a different trader. And I bet you if you ask them all individually, they all did the same thing. They all tried a myriad of different trading strategies until they hit one that's like, okay, and not saying that one is right and one is wrong, but they hit one that said, this
Exactly.
works with my personality. and then never left. Right? Just
And that's the
it's
key. That's
yeah.
the key. Personality. I mean, it's one of those things. And the problem can be, and I know you got to get out of here probably in a half a second or so, but the problem with trade ideas can be that because we have so many different types of setups that you can construct, you can get overwhelmed and have them all up and running and get nothing done. And that's exactly what happened to me at the very beginning. In 2010, when I took trade ideas, 40 windows open, didn't want to miss any sort of a setup, click like mad all day long, get nothing done.
Well, yeah, it's and we talked about that a little bit earlier, where it's like there's almost an unlimited number of things that you could look for in this program, and it's that's almost to most people's detriment. In which,
Yep.
if you don't know what you're looking for, we've seen it all the time in support, and I'm sure you have too, Barry. Where there's people who've got like 5 monitors and they all have different scans on them, and it's like, well, there's just no way your brain is processing that. So
Hmm.
you got to first figure out what it is that you like, and then you've got to delve into, okay, how do I just find more of that all day long? Otherwise you go cross-eyed. And I used to do the same thing, where at the end of every trading day it felt like I was hit by a bus because it was just like,
Yeah.
you're cramming all this information into your head. And some people would say, "Oh, what symbol did you trade today?" And like literally when I was in the prop firm office, so they're like, "What symbols did you trade? 30 minutes ago?" And I'm like, "I have no idea," because you're
Right.
just all over the place. So
Yeah.
eventually, you go, "Okay, let me just pare everything down. Let me get one or two strategies that I really like and just do that." And not only do you end up making more money, but your whole mental state pretty much improves. But
No
you're right,
question.
Barry. I got to run. Thank you for popping in a little bit early. I got to go lecture the dev team about something, which I don't know yet, but I'll
Okay.
figure out when I get there.
Okay, Michael.
All
Take
right. Talk
care.
to you soon.
Okay, guys, let me get my screen up and running back into our YouTube room, back into the other room, both rooms now, and let me just get my music going. Okay, I am now back in both rooms. All right, guys. So HDSN is really intriguing to me. It's now almost an all-time high, HDSN, even though it came on the exact stopping scanner, it didn't really break down. And this is almost an all-time high. I mean, in fact, I'm not sure where I guess the all-time high is back here in 2017 at 1040. Who cares about that? So this is a strong stock today, guys, HDSN. And it's more or less traded on its own, more or less. It hasn't really tracked the market too much. Let me get rid of my. And now HCM, yeah, you just mentioned HUTCHMED. This is another China stock. I think somebody just mentioned HCM. No, I guess I'm mentioning it. Another one that starts with the letter H. So a big comeback for the market, guys. I mean, the Nas is a little bit up, Dow's a little bit down. So minor disconnect between the growth and the value stocks, and the SPY is basically flat. So pretty good comeback for the market today. It looked like, look at that first 15-minute candle. It looked like that could be, and even the third 15-minute candle. I mean, it's hard. I'm sure it's very hard to see on my screen, but there's a big bottoming tail there. So at one point that was red and looked like, we're going to have another big downturn in the market, but not today yet anyway. Yeah, Raj, we've all gone through it. And, we were talking, Michael in the YouTube room was talking about, well, people always ask, well, he always hammers home the point. You've got to have a trading plan. Well, what is that? Well, a trading plan, it doesn't have to be complicated, but when you first start out trading, you have no idea necessarily what you like to see. And I was saying in the YouTube room, I had no idea. I really didn't know. I mean, took the program 10 and 2010, thought I I thought, okay, I don't want to miss this type of setup. I don't want to miss that sort of a setup. Meanwhile, so you've got about, 10, 15, 30 setups on your screen because you don't want to miss anything and you get nothing done. You get way too many alerts. You're just clicking like mad all day long. Why I decided that I wanted to be a momentum trader, I don't know. It was probably it just kept fitting, what I was seeing, it just made sense to me. Doesn't make sense to everybody, and it's not the right or the wrong way. A lot of people think that's crazy. You should only play pullbacks. And if you can only play pullbacks and make money, fantastic. But for me, my eye was set for, okay, I get this idea. This stock is a strong stock. And I don't mean just chasing it, 10 5-minute candles in a row, you just take the trade. I don't mean it like that. But, I like the idea of a strong stock. And depending what the market's doing and depending on how much room it has on a daily, weekly, monthly chart, that started to make sense for me. So consequently, I just concentrated on that. Doesn't mean I will not play anything else, but 90% of the time, that's all I'm looking at. And the thing I did was I really put some pretty strong filters. I mean, I have several alert windows open, but most of them are only giving me a very finite number of alerts over the course of the day. So look at this basic new highs and basic new lows. These are the only stocks that have come in today. I mean, it's very manageable, very, very manageable. So I may have several other alert windows open, but they're not inundating me with alerts. Anyway, let's take a look. Yeah, the Sava. So, this is what, Jan is, Jan's on the way down. Okay. So the Sava did come on Zach's scan, but this would be an example of a very difficult one to play for new people. For me, okay, I'm not new, but this would be very difficult for me to play. Why? We have the alert at 3147. Okay, that's the first alert. Now, if you immediately hopped in there, you'd be down $1 almost instantly because then the next alert came at 32.50, but it didn't stop there. I mean, it got all the way up to $37. So yes, I mean, people like Zach and William, and they may have a bit of a feel for when it may top out, but it's not easy. It is not for new people, as Zach always wants me to remind anybody who's new. These are not easy. Because I mean, the temptation is just to take the first alert, and that definitely wouldn't have worked. Zedkin halted, another China stock. So the China stocks have been pretty active today. Is that Beyond Meat? Are you kidding me? Beyond Meat, Mickey is now a spokesperson. Yeah, really? Oh, I see. You're talking about for Zedkin. Oh, okay, I thought you were talking for Beyond Meat. Well, I'm sure she knows a lot about stainless steel and carbon steel products. I mean, based on her background, I'm pretty sure that's got to be true, right? Talking about Zedkin, we're real tongue in cheek here. Unless they have completely changed, maybe they've changed what they. I mean, obviously we have here in a profile that they're stainless steel and carbon, etc. Unless they've completely changed what they do, because otherwise, what the heck is she involved in this for? Ah, okay. So yeah, and Mookie, and as an example, I mean, I know Real was talking about this when I was on my break. Look at the difference between EH and Sava. Okay, so there's the first alert for EH at 890 for a potential bounce. Then another one at 904, and then another one at 916. I mean, for an $8 or $9 stock, I mean that is 26 cents, maybe a little tough, but I would say doable. Okay, so what I would have done if I'd been paying attention to it is probably put an alert at 904 in between these two and see if it, and what did it get up to? Got up to 923. Nowhere near as crazy as the Sava, where the first alert was at 31 and it got up to about 37. I mean, that is, that makes it very difficult. I'm not saying this would work by putting a price alert at 904 and then taking it. I mean, if you'd done that, you would have made a little bit. We see this is a lot easier to maybe create an area where you could short it, even though it continues to move higher. Remember, these are topping plays, so you're looking to short these, if that makes sense. So seriously, somebody has to tell me. I mean, our profile must be wrong. I mean, how can she be involved in this? This profile must be wrong. Have they changed their business plan? I mean, it doesn't make any sense to me. Not that anything like this has to make sense, but this doesn't make any sense. But an NFT of some copper tubing. I mean, who knows? Easy, Rob. Easy, Rob. I'll let that one go. But I mean, at least we could understand. I mean, the Beyond Meat. Okay, everybody in the world eats food. Okay, so you can see, what happened last week or 2 weeks ago, I guess, with Beyond Meat. At least there's some kind of minor reasoning behind it. With this other one, I don't know. I no idea what it could be about. Yeah, some people think it is. Perfect. And by the way, guys, Michael, I'm sorry, not Michael. Chris will not be in our YouTube room between 10:30, 10:30, 3:30 and 4:30 today. Okay, he something came up for him, and so he will not be able to. In other words, when I shut down the rooms, the main room at 3:30, the YouTube room is closing also. So apologize for that. There is not a 3:30 to 4:30 Q&A with Michael. I keep saying Michael, Chris Farley. So Maxim bet must be something else. It must be something else. I mean, this reminds me a little bit of AMC. Okay, yeah, we're a movie chain, but let's invest in a mine. These guys look, I mean, I don't know if they still do stainless steel, etc. And then they've sidelined into Maxim. Yeah, I don't know. Maxim bet. Okay. So Zedkin, obviously, then, in theory, even though we don't see it in our profile, has got something to do with sports betting. Never perfect. Never. Well, who released that headline? We've got down Dow Jones. So it was DJ. I mean, it doesn't necessarily mean Dow Jones global press release doesn't absolutely mean that this is not spoof, but so sports betting, okay, Maximum bet. All right. Well, again, this is like AMC branching out into something they're this has nothing to do with, in theory, their core business. Again, I maybe somebody can look this up. I mean, I just don't have the time. But are they still the same company with stainless steel pipes, carbon steel pipe products, etc., or is that completely by the wayside? Well, I was certainly wrong about AMC. I thought when it took this out right here, that this 15, 20 area, and with the market kind of moving higher, I thought it might just have a shot to get into the 16s, and nope. And GME really didn't have that bounce either. Well, Nick, just look her up. She's a singer. She's a singer. You could say that, blue collar. All right, guys. Well, I'm not seeing too much. I'm just checking again my thumbnail charts to see if there's anything interesting happening. I don't see anything really. I mean, it's just been choppy. I mean, look at DraftKings now. The last time I looked at DraftKings, it was kind of doing the AMC thing. It was looking like it was going to break out. But even though the market really hasn't pulled back much, doesn't just doesn't care. Market doesn't care. And congrats on this AVA. I mean, it's just one of those ones that, I mean, obviously, if you, yeah, you took it up there to the $3 move. It's definitely had a, it's had, well, this is the start of the week here, but it's definitely had a nice run. You can't deny that. I mean, it was $18, 18.70 2 weeks ago, the low. And so, almost a double. And that, remember, this is only the first day of that candle, that weekly candle. So basically a double in a couple of weeks. Hmm. Ooh, RSI between 0 and 50, and then skip. So in other words, you just want to see, yeah, I don't think there's a way. Let me see. No, you see, there's no way in the custom formula either, because the custom formula would be a specific, it wouldn't be a range. You'd have to have yeah, you could have two multi-strategy window. Well, two alerts, put them in a multi-strategy window. Name one, I guess, 0 to 50, and the other one 60 to 100. Because well, I don't think there's anything to fix. I mean, it's not really a fix. It's just the way it is. There's no way in a filter to say, this range and this range. Okay, there's no way to combine them. See, I'm just looking at our custom formulas. Yeah, I mean, there's no way to create a range in the custom formula. It's a specific data point. Yeah, I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, not in my lifetime. I mean, in theory, when you're backtesting, I guess if you just leave the RSI wide open, then you can see, when you're looking at your optimization, you can kind of see what ranges make sense, I guess. I didn't think you were backtesting. Everybody's got a YouTube channel. No, I'm not in Sava. No. That happened on my break number one, okay? I was on my break when this all happened. So this is sort of after the fact that I saw where the alerts were. This could be a little scalp short, guys. The AMC, I mean, it's got some support right around here, around 1450. So it's at 1482. I mean, the market is moving down. Not that this, I mean, this was moving down, the market was moving up. AMC was moving down. Now the market is moving down. I don't know. I mean, it's, all right, guys, give me a moment here. I got something going on that I can't quite figure out. Give me a moment. Uh, Okay, guys, sorry, I'm attempting to try something on the racing side of it and seeing what is going on. I think I understand what the heck I did now. Nex Immune, NEXI, what do you do? Not very much volume. Interesting little logo they've got. All right, MULN guys, MULN is making another new high. MULN, so the next high looking left is 149, so it's above that. And then after that, we are looking at 154, takes that out somehow. 155, 165. So it's got little pockets that it's got to get through, but I mean it's it's doing its thing. It had the pullback, now another new high. That's a good point. Yeah, oh, you're right. Well, I have no idea actually if Sava was shortable for me way back when. Okay. Well, this little one, I guess we should watch this one for a couple of days. DAWN. Why? Well, I mean, the next high looking left is 616. Okay, 616. If it can take that out, get over 6, probably not today, but if it does maybe tomorrow, then you look left and 751. So, I mean, it would have not quite $1.50 until the next high. So, Dawn probably is going to be on my watch list for tomorrow. Yeah, this has got a long way to go, perhaps, eh? Sorry. Very Canadian. The low is 3021. 3021 right here. Might have to take that out. And then if it can take that out, might be giving up too much though. Well, I think Dawn probably, depending on how it closes, could probably make my watch list for tomorrow. DAWN Rev. I mean, I don't know yet. I mean, I do all this at the end. But just looking at Dawn, I mean, it's got that, potential. Well, guys, AMC is just weakening and weakening and weakening here. As is DraftKings, DKNG, and once they give up 14, it's just weakening. Yeah, look at that volume. I jokingly said it might trade the float today. Look at that. It's going to trade the float today. 224 million, 254 million in the float. Um, it'll probably do easily 25 million by the between now and the end of the day. Hmm. In fact, I think I'll add Dawn right now to the list. That'll be for, well, it could happen today too, but I was just going to say, I definitely don't want to lose sight of Dawn for tomorrow, just in case it does something crazy. Yeah, here's, I know some of you guys were talking about this one earlier in the day, SD, and probably on the way up, but look at this on the way down. And I think it just took out yesterday's or Friday's low, 2401, yes. And then the next low looking left, 2344. So it's got some room to that next low, SD. And with the market moving down, Delta Dawn. That's an oldie. You guys, give me a moment. I'll be right back. Yeah, that's a new, you can do that, Shady. Absolutely. I guess that is a way. I don't know if that's going to work for her in that she wants to maybe see which works better. Well, DraftKings continues to move down. BKNG, what sort of support does it have? Not much. I mean, it's only 6% above a high, or in the range, 6%. I guess that's the all-time low down here, 921. That would be this month. All right, guys, there's a choppy market today. Choppy market today. Just a minute. All right, guys, I am not too many new alerts other than I see GovX is on the way down. Not shortable for me. This could be interesting after, well, towards the end in the last hour and power hour, I guess, MULN, especially if it holds these levels, the highs. It's just got a following, they used to have a following this month. Yeah, I mean this is a very emotional type of a trade based on headlines. I mean, a headline comes up like that, bye bye. Then 10 minutes later, some country says we just have 3 new cases of monkeypox. Pops, I mean, it's just look at the SD now, guys. 2344, 2384. And this has got a little bit of room underneath here to the 2344. I'm talking with the SD. Okay, guys, what time is it? 1:42. So in about 20 minutes, I'll be in a marketing meeting, less than 20 minutes at 2 o'clock Eastern. So I'm just kind of biding my time till then. Kind of eyeing this short of SD. If it holds underneath here, keeps wanting to move down. Iron Addict. I have 332-inch 4K monitors. That's what I have. You just see the one monitor. Yes, that's correct. I have some other, like I've got some thumbnail charts. I talk about my thumbnail charts. I have some thumbnail charts. On one of my other monitors, I've got this gap continuation or reversal scan on another monitor. I'm sharing everything you see here. I am sharing. And just so you know, can you maximize the modules and then bring them back? I've never tried. I'm sure I could. But you know, this is what we call a docked window, okay? So they're all together. Probably if I do this, let's see what happens. So now, and then I just minimize it. Ah, that didn't work. Just give me a moment, just gotta find it now. Oh, I see, it's over there. Yeah, there we go. But if you have multiple monitors, Iron Addict, it's a common question we have. You have multiple monitors, and so you don't have to use this docking. I mean, it's I like it because it kind of tidies things up a bit. But what you do is you just put your toolbar in the upper left-hand corner of what you'll designate as your main monitor. So for instance, this is my main monitor. I designate that. I put all my Trade Ideas windows exactly where I want them on this monitor. I put them exactly where I want them on my other monitors. And so once I've got them exactly where I want them, then I click on Tools, Options, and then Layouts, Tools, Options, Layouts. And then where it says Open Relative to Main Window, I check that, and then I save it. Okay. When I do that, and then I save my work, at the end, it's going to ask, you should always save your work. When I load Trade Ideas the next time, every window will be exactly where everything about Trade Ideas, scans, etc., charts will be in exactly the same spot on all my monitors. Okay. Yeah. Somebody's just saying there's another shooting in New Orleans. Hmm. Glasses, Iron Addict. How about glasses? All right, guys, SD is starting to wend its way down a little bit. Not in a huge way, but a little bit. All right, guys, I am not seeing anything right now. I've got nothing on the go here in terms of new alerts. So for me, anyway, this is not one of those 4 or 5 days in the month where, as opposed to Friday, where you had tremendous day in terms of trends. This is not one of those days. So for me, it's more of a grind. All right, this is from Zach Scan. This is a NTRA, a potential bounce play, potential bounce play. So the market is not moving down. So a bounce play in this particular case. Boy, I mean, your resistance area is almost $1 away. So there's plenty of room if it wants to bounce and move somewhat. And that is the NTRA. And what's the next low looking left? 36.72. So that could stall it. So this is a pretty interesting potential bounce play, NTRA. You've got the next low looking left is not that far away, which could stall it. You've got room if it does bounce at all. You've got about $1. When you look at the 15-minute chart, there's all sorts of action around 37.70. So not quite $1 away. Again, it's not a recommendation to take the trade, but at least it's setting up not too badly. And NTRA, let's see. So it's a bio, no specific Just looking to see if there's any specific news. Yeah, and the lawyers are coming out, announces that class action litigation has been filed on behalf of investors who purchased or otherwise acquired the common stock, et cetera, et cetera. So the lawyers are coming out on this one. Uh, 100% earnings per share growth. Well, that'd be pretty awesome if they could do that. And this is the apps. So we'll, APPS, this is what William is talking about. They have earnings after hours today. Market lift, guys. There is a market lift now. Wow, this one is turning into a pretty good little short, guys. SD. If you took this one, 2344 is the next low looking left. And this came from the gap continuation or reverse. And so this was a gap up, and reverse. And that's the SD. Well, you've got some market help, William. The market is starting to move higher, if that's going to affect it at all. The NTRA. And you know me, though, I just have this tough time taking it ahead of the whole number, but let me just stick an alert around 3701, see if it takes that out at some point. All right, SD, guys. Standard deviation. SD is really getting closer to that 2344 low. Okay, guys, I'm just going to put my announcement in. I'll still be here for another couple of minutes. EKE had earnings, yes, this morning. Let's see, or this before the market opened. So yeah, a little earnings action, a little bit. Not very much volume though. Look at the volume just dried up. So this SD is moving completely counter to the market. This is kind of cool. Completely counter to what the market's doing. It is an energy play. Boy, I haven't seen this one for a long time. Auto Home, ATHM, used to, boy, it's years ago. There was somebody in the room. He and I used to follow this one. I haven't seen this for a long, long time. All right, guys, I'm going to put myself on mute right now. Get set for this meeting. All right, guys, I am back, and man, oh man, that SD gave me way more than I thought it would. I thought that 44 might stop it, but that came from that gap continuation or reversal scan, and the first alert was probably around 2045. I'm just looking here. This is the first alert for it. I didn't get in anywhere near here, but this has turned into just a great little trade. It's a great short. I thought maybe, just maybe, this what level was I looking at that might stall it? I think the 44 right there. It's 23.44. I thought that might stall it. Not even close. So I mean, now if you took this one, I mean, the next low looking left is 2178. Wow. And it's an energy play. So it goes to show it doesn't matter. And the NTRA, yeah, give me a little bit. Give me a little bit. I was hoping for a little bit more, but yeah, mentioned that I was definitely interested if it got over 37, got up to 37.64, but that was very quick. So I'm out of that one now. Oh, now you're going to move down. Not like the market is tanking either. I mean, the market's putting in, I mean, we're still sort of higher lows being set on the 15-minute chart, but it's been a bit of a chop day. So that's why, I'm thinking that the SD is a great trend. I mean, I just keep putting price alerts, inducing it downward. I mean, I joke. I mean, I'm not really, but I'm just trying to induce it downwards. And look at this. All right. Interesting headline. Seeing as how I'm a member of the province of British Columbia. Not this is not going to affect me, but okay. Yeah, I mean, the energy sector. Yeah, I mean, it's definitely being dragged down. Definitely being dragged down. Look at this. I mean, this was a strong sector at the beginning, but remember what I said. It was strong pre-market. Every single stock in XLE was above Friday's close. We opened the market, and then only about 10% of them. I'll bet you it's almost. Well, let's take a look. Instead of trying to guess. I mean, look at this. I mean, this tells the whole story, guys. 100% of them now are below the open. Okay, so remember, when we look at XLE about 10 minutes before the market opened at 9:30, 100% of them, 100% of them were above the close on Friday. We look at it now, 100% of them that make up XLE are below their open. So they open at some point, and not one of them is above the open. That's why I always recommend now, I mean, use the change from the open. Don't worry about the change from the close. Make sure to come to work tomorrow. Funny. I don't even know what that means. What illegal drugs are they talking about? I have no idea what that means. Meanwhile, guys, AMC, I mean, this is moving down on its own. This is not market driven now with AMC. This is just drifting down. And meanwhile, look at the Dawn. My goodness, I did not think Dawn would take out 12, 12, 6. So there's Dawn, DAWN, and the high looking left is 616. I mean, this is shortable. It is shortable. Not that I want to short it, but this has put on just a great move. And if it takes out this 616, the next high looking left is way up here at 760. So this is why I said this will be on my watch list for tomorrow for sure. But who knows? I mean, maybe it's going to take out that high, and maybe start to run. I don't know. I don't see any specific news on it. Boy, that'd be awesome, Zach, if that's true. You're right, real. No, I see what you're talking about. Perfect circle. Yeah, Pub M. I missed that completely. Pub M. That was just as the marketing meeting was wrapping up. PUBM, nice little bounce. Could probably get stuck at around 20. Just looking here, probably get stuck around 20. All right, I am out of everything. That Pub M though, that was, see, there's an example. You see, there's the first alert. Okay, 1965. Remember, these are bounce plays. It moved a little bit lower to 1959. What did it get down to? See, and it got down to, yeah, right around that level. So you, in theory, could have put an alert, a price alert at 1965, and to see if it did come back up, and taken the trade around there with a stop, pretty tight stop. You would know almost immediately if it's going to work or not. So now how far it goes, I mean, 20 probably is a stalling point. You're also going against the market, but it may not matter that much, but you are going against the market. That's why I wouldn't think it's going to bounce. You're not going to have like a tremendous bounce. Well, Don, you are driving me crazy. I wanted this to happen tomorrow. All right, guys, I'm getting close to getting myself on mute, another 20 minutes or so. So before I do that, just one last talk about our promotion that we've got going. So here, this will take you right to the promotion page, to get the 25% off. If you click on the link, this is what you should see. Here we go. So again, it's midnight, 11:59 p.m. Now, I always tell them at Eastern time. But anyway, 11:59 p.m. Eastern time, June the 6th. That promo will be good. And there's your countdown, okay? And my recommendation is you could, start off with a standard monthly. You want 118 a month, less than 25%. Try us out. If you like it and you want to upgrade to an annual, great. We'll honor the 25% promo, as long as you do it within 30 days. So there's no mad rush to take out an annual. You got to know you want the program. If you do take out a subscription, and you can click on my home page, so you'll see the same thing. You'll see a way in which you can take out a subscription right here. Same thing. Here's your promo code, test drive 25. Do the let's get started. Spend the 30 minutes just to quickly show you what it looks like. So there's the download and installation, episode 1, episode 2, etc. First startup and login, okay? Spend the time. It's only 30 minutes out of your life. Spend the time to do it. And once you've done that, now you can sign up for my daily stock recap. Really, it's not a market recap, but you can sign up for them right here. I do it at noon Eastern. You can sign up for the trade of the week, which is free. It's sent to you before the market opens every Monday morning. We had a little glitch today. People didn't get it, myself included, probably 3 hours after the market opened, but that's okay. Now it's an energy play. And so if you got it, you didn't act on it, there's no harm because the trigger was 30. So yes, but most people probably didn't get it until about here. But anyway, it's an energy play. And for what, energy is getting kicked a bit today. And education. So again, you should always start off. You can start off on that user guide. And the getting started, I've gone over. Just take a look at these 4 to begin with. Do the getting started. Take a look at the channel bar. All sorts of layouts are there, plus individual scans that you might like. You should know what the difference between an alert window and a topless window is and how to create them if you want to. After that, you can start looking at, how to set a price alert, how to set sound alerts on alert windows, but get this down first. As I say, normally Chris would be in our YouTube room today, but he's got something going on that he cannot make it. So there's no YouTube today between 3:30 and 4:30. So when I shut down the main room, YouTube will be shutting down also. Okay. Daily webinars. Again, we're back to a schedule, normal schedule. This week it's Tuesday and Thursday. Next week it's Monday and Wednesday. You can sign up for them all here. And I know Michael talked about his video series that he did, 36-part video series, starting off with what is a stock. So if you're, really getting into trading, this is a great series that he put together, and it starts off with what is a stock. And last, if you want my scans, here they are. Click on the scan section. So here are the scans, the gap continuation or reverse. I'm actually pretty pleased with what's happened with it, what's happening with it. I thought it would really dry up once we got out of earnings season, but we're getting some really good looks. So that's why I've continued to monitor it, which gave me the SD today, of course. This is what I use in the pre-market. The pre-market act is up and down and the gap up and down. These are the four that I use in the pre-market. Here's Zach's scan that you hear me refer to, the bouncers and toppers, Zach's bouncers and toppers. But I've got a lot of scans here, so you can pick and choose which ones you might like to take a look at. So my recommendation, if you save my link, these sections, a lot of information on my scans and the education. So save my link, then you can look at this anytime you want. Meanwhile, look at NTRA. So yeah, it had to bounce, but it's really giving it up now. So NTRA has come back into his scan. Yeah, something's going on in these races here. Oh, wait a minute. Maybe that's what's happening. Oh, there's P-Lab. Okay. Boy, I should have, it was sort of a toss-up between draft. I mean, I'm happy with the SD, but it was sort of a toss-up between SD and DraftKings. But look at DraftKings just plummeting here. Just really no interest whatsoever in this one right now. DKNG. Now, this one I don't know at all. I'm not sure I've ever seen this one. TXG, 10 times genomics. Genomics. Don't think I've ever seen this one. And this is another one that I get. Maybe I do remember this one. Sort of an IPO from back here. But so now that the market is starting to move down, we're starting to see more bounce plays. TWST, another bounce play. But with the market moving down like this, there's an hour now, guys. If it takes this out right here, look out. I mean, remember last time we looked, everything was positive. The Dow might have been still slightly underwater, but NAS and SPY were positive, and now starting to give up their gains. Keep an eye on the dawn, guys. DAWN. You know, the longer it holds over that six, what is it, 612? I'm sorry, 616. It's got to get back over that 616. It did get over it. It got up to 618. You know, it's starting to fall back a little bit here, but if it reclaims that 616, I mean, it's got a ton of room looking left. It could be a great, could be a play tomorrow for tomorrow. DAWN. You know, assuming it doesn't give up six even. You know, I'm not saying to swing it. I'm just saying I'm definitely going to be watching this one. Whoa, look at the SPY now. Yeah, there's an hour, guys. Well, not quite. 2:48. So this has another 11 plus 11 and a half minutes to close. But these are bigger red candles now. I'm not in the SD anymore, but it just took out another new low. So yeah, we're getting a lot of plays now or alerts from Zach's bounce play, but with the market doing this, you got to be really careful. Too bad we weren't getting well, of course, it makes sense, Zach, but too bad we weren't getting all these potential bouncers when the market was more like here as opposed to an hour down. Doesn't mean it won't bounce, of course, as you know, but tough to commit to any size, in my opinion, unless you get that, unless it just stops. All right, guys. So I've got about maybe another 8 or 9 minutes on the mic. Any last? And I'm always here. I'm always hop back on the mic if I have to. The room will be open until 3:30. I'm just going to put the announcement in. So if you have any questions, please ask now. But again, I will hop back on the mic if a question comes in. That necessitates my being on the mic again. It's not a big deal. And again, I just have to remind the YouTube room will shut down at 3:30 also. Chris cannot make it today, so the YouTube room will be shutting down at 3:30 also. Okay, I'll put myself on mute now. Yeah, Zach, there's your news. Somebody else already posted that. Mark posted it. There's your news for XELB. What's the float like? Pretty good float. All right, guys. I don't see any other questions. I'm getting set to wrap up the room. Dawn is pretty interesting. DAWN is pretty interesting. Man, okay, so what is the float like here? Okay, I think I mentioned this 9.75 million for the XELB, and what's the next high looking left on the monthly chart? It is, looks like it's 225, so it's got a little bit of room. You too, Mr. Dagger. Okay, guys, I think that's it. I think I'll wrap it up now. The process I posted above for William, pretty reliable for you. Set the BB at 20 and 2, create a second trace of a BB, but set it to 30 and 2. Okay, so I think I've got Bollinger Bands. So you're saying a 30 and 2 and then a 20 and 2. And so what happens then? Okay, so on what time frame? Does it matter? I mean, I have it on a 5-minute time frame right here. Here are my Bollinger Bands. These are the 20 and 2. Use a 15. Okay. Just trying to keep the 15 so clean, but okay, I can experiment with that. You don't think you think it works better on the 15 versus the 5? Okay. All right, I'll play around with that. Maybe I'll create another chart. I want this clean. I just want to see this 8 and 20. But okay, thanks, real. I'll see what I'll add it after hours. All right, guys, that is it. Just get my script together here. Again, the YouTube room is closed also. So thank you for all the help today, and I'll open the room tomorrow at 8 o'clock Eastern time. I hope to see you then. Bye-bye. And well, I always say have a great evening, and then I hope to see you in our room tomorrow at 8 o'clock.